Alrighty, I am live. I am also very tired. Alright. Man, I really do hope that doesn't come back to bite me later. Alrighty, nobody's going to show up. At least I don't think they will. So while I am waiting for that to happen, I'm about to do me a lesson. What is up, Bane of Reckoning? Always a pleasure having a homie on. God, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go ahead and do this lesson, so I won't be able to see the chat for a moment. So just bear with me here.
私の誕生日。私は私の誕生日。誕生日。
Is my birthday? What? Oh, Watashi no Tanjobi. I'm already starting off bad. Okay.
人。
12月。
12月。
10月。
10月。食べ物。
かわいいネックレス。かわいいネックレス。
A cute necklace. Oh man, I hate these. Na. U. De.
腕時計。
Udedoke.
赤い。おしゃれ。
Pretty sure, okay. Dang, bro. Man, I am not doing well with this lesson right now.
おしゃれな財布を買います。
No.
おしゃれ。おしゃれな財布を買います。財布を買います。
Man, I hope I'm right. I won't lie to y'all. I'm just really tired right now, too. Let's see. Watashi no Kanojo wa
元気。
mo no ga suki desu.
かわいい。
God, I got this wrong. Oh, I didn't?
青いカバンを買います。青いカバンを買います。カバンを買います。
She's about to buy a blue wallet bag.
どんなプレゼントを買いますか？
ダニエルさんはとても元気な人です。ダニエルさんは
I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the chat. Just taking it day by day. Believe me, I get it.
ダニエルさんはとても元気な人です。とてもダニエルさんはとても元気な人です。元気な人です。
Yeah, Daniel is a very energetic person. Kono. Is that Kono
青い
Kono Aoi Skato.
スカートは
ダニエルさんとデートに行きます。
Daniel. There we go. Ken-san no. Ken-san.
3
Hell yeah. Okay. Ken-san no Shade
プレゼント
presento wa Atarashi
新しい。
私も優しい彼氏が欲しいです。
Gotta check the chat for a little bit. Hey, Kathy changes lanes. What's up, Miss Kathy? How you doing? I'm trying to get on your level. I'm trying to get on your level. Oh boy. I'm also I appreciate the compliment. I normally am better at this, but they threw me in for a loop and I'm kind of tired. But it's good seeing you. Watashi no Watashi mo yasashi kare shi ga hoshi desu. I want a wait, kareshi.
彼氏、
Come on, man. Mo
今日、
Kyo. Dang it. Kyo wa no tanjobi. Oh. Whose birthday is it? Kyo wa today is
彼氏、
I'm gonna assume it's Koreshi. Day oh man.
デートに
Deto ni
行きましょ
We're going on a date.
私の誕生日私の誕生日
う。おしゃれ、赤い、
I really need to practice reading Japanese. I'm so tired. Alrighty. That is 11 for today. How's everybody doing out there? You're doing great. Take care. Thanks again, Kathy. Thanks again, Kathy Changes Lanes. I really appreciate you for popping up. Oh my goodness. By the way, Kathy Changes Lanes is like YouTube's new star right now, and I knew her for like forever. Like we actually are like personal homies. We met at the set of, was it Scream? It was Scream. But like, yeah, she is doing great. I am definitely a fan of her work, although I don't think I could do what she does. Whew, boy. So please be sure to check out her channel when y'all get the chance. It's actually very, very, very interesting. Shoot. If I ever get the money, I'm definitely gonna go by her area and check and like, I don't know, go live in there and just, if that's okay. She just left, so I'm not sure. I got 4 people up in here right now. No likes yet. What is going on? With that being said, how's everybody doing out there? Let me ask that. Let me ask that question. McGregor losing. Oh yeah, that's true. That did happen. Okay, bro, like we kind of just been sort of getting existing. I can dig it, man. I'm right there with you. McGregor losing is actually like, I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty. I didn't even know McGregor was like still fighting. I thought he retired or something. I'm not sure. So yeah, him losing was pretty satisfying. On top of another thing that happened that was pretty satisfying that I won't make fun of here because I don't know how YouTube feels about the whole doing a tango on somebody's last day sort of thing going. But yeah, it's been a crazy week. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Actually, so how about yesterday? I was actually supposed to go to yesterday. A friend of mine invited me to go over to a training session all the way out like an hour away from where I currently live at. And normally I would go, but I was just really, really, really tired. I've been drained this whole week, man. I could blame it on the fact that like I was working out. I worked out and I have been really, really tired. Just need confirmation on the turtle. No. We don't, at this point, we don't need confirmation. The fact that it's stalled is confirmation in itself. But I'm pretty sure old Lady G was out here like, I can't really get like, upstaged by him. You know what I'm saying? Because it always felt like a competition of who could be worse between Lady G and the Toad. You know. Also, I'm not gonna call him. I'm not calling him a turtle. I'm calling him the bad guy from who the Pan's Labyrinth. You know this guy. Oh, yeah, Pan. Yeah, I'm calling him the POV, Pan's Labyrinth villain. But yeah, like it always felt like a competition between those two. Like, you know, which one could be worse? Because Lady G wasn't really that like Lady G didn't really get like that much eyes on him until like after the not primaries. What is it called when like all the Republicans were trying to Pale Man, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, Pale Man. But not like yeah, Lady G wasn't necessarily like Lady G didn't really get any kind of recognition until that time he ran for president. When he ran for president, that's when people kind of found out who he was and what he was about. And initially, the whole thing during the debate for him was, I want to go to war. I really want to go to war. You know what I'm saying? Because war for him is just one big video game where he can like control other people's lives, and you know how much they love doing that. But yeah, but like before that, nobody knew who Lady G was. But like then he started doing that. Then he actually kind of got a little bit more. He got a little bit more attention because he basically said, I think he's a kook. I don't think he should be in. Hold on, let me get the direct quote. Hold on. I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. I remember that. I remember that. I remember because I was actually like when during the Republican like nominees and stuff like that, all those people was like running for office. I was following that stuff like crazy. I remember like the names of the people who were there was like I think it was Ted Cruz, Carly Fiorina, what was that dude's name? Sherry Swiss. Is he in hell explaining to the devil? I do not know. Also, welcome back, Sherry Swiss. I really appreciate you for showing up. Like it's very random. I don't know who my demographic is, so I just assume that my demographic is just like I always assume that my demographic isn't women until women pop up. So like, thank you for just completely changing my mind every time. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. He's probably. I don't think he's exploited to the devil. I think he's just basically saying, "I don't belong here. I just didn't want to be upstaged by Mitch McConnell." You see, like I'm better than Mitch McConnell. It's like, yeah. So it's like, yeah. And meanwhile, Mitch is like, "Hey, did you die before me?" Oh my goodness. It's I ain't gonna lie, like you know, it's not who we expected, but a win is still a win. Got to roll the dice wherever you go. It is kind of weird because it's like it really does feel like he just sort of like I really feel like he did this to upstage Mitch McConnell. I really do because it's like I say, you know, he wasn't that big of a deal. Like nobody cared about him before. Nobody really cared about him. Is that McConnell still alive? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. There hasn't been any reports or nothing. I think from what they said, he's brain dead. And when you're, in my opinion, brain dead equals dead. So, you know, hey, I don't know how death works in the medical field, but my brain has always told me that like, you know, if we're not here, then you're not here. Shoot, but like I said, you know, but. Like I also think that like I think being in a coma is essentially dead too. So, you know. I mean, even though you're still breathing, is like I don't know how to I got 5 people in here. That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna assume all right, so Bane the Reckoning, Sherry Swiss. I'm guessing Kathy left. Kathy left. Yeah, Kathy had left. So now I got 2 people. Now I got 4 people up in here. I'm going to figure out one of them. I'm pretty sure is probably the lovely Jovi. She's probably just here as using me for background noise for radio, which is nice. Maybe Truman. Maybe Truman. Truman has it. Nah, Truman's at work. I don't even know, dude. I was actually gonna go live yesterday, but I was really tired. Um, I was really tired. I do stream a little bit more on Twitch now, but I have been. But the thing about Twitch is that like in order to become affiliate, you have to like stream for like more than 3 hours, and I kind of don't. I don't like stream. It's not that I don't like streaming for that long. It's just that like I don't like streaming to nothing for that long. You know what I'm saying? Because like I can like if I'm streaming for 3 hours to nobody, it just feels like it doesn't feel what's what I'm looking for. I don't want to say lonely, but it just feels kind of like it feels redundant. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I don't really like streaming to nothing for like. Oh, I mean, I did get a brief audience. I get it. I did get a brief audience. Like one person did pop up, which is nice. But at the same time, is like But at the same time, is like if I could stream for like maybe 2 hours on Twitch and do the affiliate thing, that'd be kind of better. But the 3 hour thing is exhausting, especially because like I said, I do get tired. I do get like really sleepy. I don't envy. Like my thing is that like when I was younger, when I was younger and wanted to do this whole streaming and going live thing, that was initially like I could probably do this for a lot longer, you know what I'm saying? But now for me, it's just like doing this is ultimately just for like journaling purposes. I'm not doing this for like energy. Not energy. I'm not doing this for like what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not doing this for money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, would it be nice if I get money? Absolutely. But like I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because I want to kind of like just sort of like journalize how things are going. And I do feel like everybody should be doing this because like I really do feel like we live in a world now where normal people can now have the access to be able to do things and sort of like tell the story from their own perspectives. And I feel like as a society, we should be doing that a lot more because history is sort of shaped by. You never watched Full Metal Alchemist? I never exactly sat down and watched it. No, I've watched bits and pieces of it. I watched episodes of it, but like I just thought about this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've watched bits and pieces of Full Metal Alchemist, but I never exactly sat down and watched the whole thing. And I think the big reason why I didn't was because I think it was something that happened up in there that just sort of like agitated me, and I'm just like done. I think it was. Like one thing that Japanese culture tend to do is they tend to like do the meanest stuff for the kindest reason. And I genuinely don't like it when they do that. Like they'll like have a character who'll just be kind of like just mean or rude. And it's like, oh, he's mean and rude because he's had a really bad life and he's had a really bad backstory. But it's like you just growled at a baby. Like calm down, man. Like you just growled at a baby because you had a bad life. I mean, it's never that serious. How's it going, Mystical? It's just that, like, one that's kind of there was something about Full Metal Alchemist that I just didn't that just like I was interested and then I wasn't. I'm surviving, man. I'm surviving. I'm tired, but I am, I'm tired, but not dead. There's that. Well, you're looking good. Thank you. Thanks. I wish I felt as good as I looked. I also a little tired filling out applications for work. Hey, I hope that you succeed with it, buddy. Like, it's tough out here. So, like I hope that ultimately it does work out for you. Man, like that's one of the reasons why, like, I ain't gonna lie, part of me kind of wishes that like streaming and doing this ultimately becomes its own like income market and becomes like a job because you know you can work for yourself, you can go live whenever you want to, you can get paid for it. I wish streaming was guaranteed money, like how actual jobs are. Because the problem is that like, you know, the problem with streaming is that like if you don't have the views or the numbers or the entertainment or whatever, then you're not going to get paid for anything. Like people, like one of the very common misconceptions about my channel is that I get paid for this. I don't. I really don't. Like I have to, as I said multiple times, I have to get like $100 worth of views in order to like get $100 like by the end of the month. You know what I'm saying? Because like it's a monthly thing. So it's like I can understand my sister is looking for a job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, you know, I kind of wish that like this could be like if this was guaranteed money, I do this all the time. But like, you know, it's unfortunate because I don't have the audience. You know, like, and another thing too is that I'm stubborn. So it's like I'm not trying to do things to get the audience either. Because one thing a lot of people love to consider that are entertaining is being loud or being hostile or being argumentative or being ridiculous or something like that. Like there's a lot of I actually sit down sometimes and I watch like certain streamers and certain people who have like a really big audience. And there's like a lot of them are a case of right place, right time. Like for instance, Asmongold, right? Like there's a guy like Asmongold is one of the biggest streamers probably ever, but that's only because he started streaming like 100 years ago, back when World of Warcraft was like really popular, and people liked him for that. And then ultimately and it became a bigger thing because he could do that. Same thing with a lot of people. It's just a case of right place, right time. Then once he ultimately, like by the time he already built the audience, he could just sort of do whatever he wanted and people would support regardless. And, you know, but it was like, but even when he stopped gaming and started doing political stuff, people was like, oh, wow, he's so cool. We liked him for this long. We can't just like, I rarely ever seen an instance where somebody who was really, really popular back then did something that was so bad that they just lost their entire audience. That rarely ever happens. I've never seen somebody who was like up here, like get down here. Like I remember when I was growing up, there was a very popular YouTuber by the name of Miranda Sings, who y'all probably might know as Colleen Bellinger, who is apparently like a monster now, supposedly. And like, but you know, like we recently like, you know, we found out that she was very interested in the prepossessed ones. And you know, she obviously made the apology video that everybody loves to talk about, the ukulele video. But the thing is, she didn't really lose that big of an audience. She still got like a reasonably big audience. She just doesn't get talked about as much. Her stuff doesn't get put in the front as often. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is that like I'm not trying to be controversial, even though I am controversial. I don't want to be controversial. I don't want to be big for being controversial. I want to be big from being normal. You see what I'm doing right now? Just sitting in the front talking to you guys because people are willing to ignore and forgive people. And that's the thing. My thing is that like if you have did something terrible, right? But you are actively trying your best to be a better person in spite of it, then you should be forgiven because it takes a lot to change for the better. Like it takes a lot to change for the better, especially when nobody wants to forgive you. You know what I'm saying? But like the problem is that some people don't, you know, even if they aren't deserving. Yeah, that's my thing is that like, you know, because like I know that I was a terrible teenager. You know, and I did like a lot of stupid stuff when I was a teenager, and I'm not proud of it. But like in spite of it, I'm trying to be a better person. And I do know that like no matter how good of a person I become, it'll never undo the stupid things that I did as a teenager. But I like to think, hey, I haven't done it. Hey, I don't do it anymore, and I have no intention on ever doing that stuff again. I like to think that would make me at least a little bit better in some perspective. But like, there's so many people out there is that like when the audience is already there, when you've already built a big audience, it doesn't matter what you do. That's the reason why I hate like rich people so much, because like rich people, like if McDonald's right now just said, you know what, we're done selling hamburgers, we're going to start selling macaroni and cheese, right? There's going to be so many people on there who's going to just buy the macaroni and cheese and not care. There's going to be so many other people who's going to be like, well, I came here for a burger. What the heck? But there's going to be other people who's going to be like, well, screw it. We're going to buy the macaroni and cheese now. I mean, it is called McDonald's, you know? So yeah, it's just like, you know, there's some things, there's like a certain level of people. It's like, you know, you can just do no wrong. Like once you get them, you got them. And that's the reason why I kind of, like I said, that's the reason why I don't like, you know, these big time streamers who are now like terrible people, because they initially get their audience from like playing video games or doing like nerd stuff or being silly, well, playing video games or maybe like just yakking in front of the camera like me or whatever. But like then as time goes by, the more bigger they become, the worse they become. And people like that kind of behavior. It's like people love that behavior where they're just making noise and ruining things and messing with people and stuff like that. And I could never be that guy. Like I'm old. I am old. Like I'm like, I just want to take a nap. Just be yourself. That's why I like you, because you're not afraid to speak your mind and be yourself. I appreciate that. You should do the same. Once you start getting you know, your subs and everything like that, you should go live and do that too. RC Buckets and more. Oh, hey RC, how's it going, man? I swear, man, every single time we come up in here is like a new name. It's wild. That is crazy. But yeah, Mystical, I hope that when you do that stuff, just like I said, like, because at some point, one thing I do know is that like becoming successful on YouTube is kind of inevitable. I finally figured out how to move the chains on my channel. I don't know what chains mean. I don't know what you mean by chains. I don't know if Full Metal is like a perfect series. It took you that long to type that? You haven't said anything for like a few minutes, and that's how you respond? Okay, that's fine. Get more traction, basically. Hey, man, I get it. Like, that's awesome. Like, I hope that is working out for you, honestly. Like, I'm speaking for myself here. I genuinely don't really, I'm not going to say I don't care about becoming successful on YouTube, because I would like to become successful on YouTube, but I'm not going to, what's what I'm looking for? Like, I'm not trying to be consistent and don't fade away for too long. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, man. Yeah, that's basically what you do. That's wild. I was also thinking about how both series are different. Both series, you're talking about Full Metal and Brotherhood. Yeah, dude, like that's what I do. Like I try my best to do at least a live a week. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just me gaming or just sitting in front of the camera and talking to y'all, because I'm only 550 away from 2,000 subs, but the fight for me is trying to get officially monetized within the time frame crunch they put on you. You feel me? Yeah. Hey, I totally get it, man. But yeah, just like I said, just make your videos. People will pop up. It's like if you build it, they will come. The original anime is its own story. Brotherhood follows the manga. Yeah. I remember that. Is the chat slow? Because I feel like I'm getting your responses late, man. Like, but yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is that like I kind of do wish that like people would just sort of like one thing I kind of do wish more people would do is like basically sort of journalize themselves. So that's another reason you don't like Full Metal. No, I'm not. No, I don't really care. Like I said, I'm all about canon over here. But it's like I didn't say I hated Full Metal. I'm just saying there was something about something that happened. Something happened, and I think I read into it a little bit incorrectly, and it just sort of like soured me on it. I don't know if the new Ghost in the Shell actually follows the manga. Yeah, I remember you telling me about Ghost in the Shell. I don't have Amazon Prime, so I mean, like, you just let me know how that goes. I meant to watch your video about how you keep posting no matter what. Yeah, man, you still can. Feel free to watch that and pop right back on. It's no big deal. Like, I'm going to be here for a little bit. You have my Prime. I don't have your Prime. I don't have your Prime. What? You never sent me your Prime information? This dude here, for those who don't know, me and Bane the Reckoning, we're actually like personal friends. We know each other. I thought you had my Prime. I don't have anybody's Prime. Are y'all talking about Amazon Prime or HBO? You and your roommate have Prime. He has Prime. I don't have Prime. What? Oh my God. This dude is like hollering at me. How does your roommate watch The Boys? I don't know. I don't watch The Boys. This dude over here just hollering at me. That's pretty cool. So Bane is like really cool. Yeah. Like he actually is like my actual. He's my actual friend. I've been in his home. We've actually known each other for like a really, really, really long time. Like I'm genuinely surprised that he just doesn't like make content because like I know him personally and we've been best friends for like a long time, almost more than a decade. But it's like he's a funny dude. He's very, very, very creative. He's really smart. He just don't want to do nothing. Tell me what keeps you going right here and right here live. Right? What are you asking me? What keeps me going? Are you asking me about my YouTube or like just being alive? Because those are two relevant questions, but with two different answers. How does your roommate watch The Boys? Shoot, he with his eyes, I guess. I don't know. Hey, I got 7 people in here. That's ridiculous. I really do need to start going live around this time because normally I go live at night and people just be popping up and people don't pop up like that. Sometimes I get into that funk where I feel like I don't want to record, don't want to keep this social media, don't want to keep trying this. Hey, okay. So you want me to? You all have Prime, fool. He has Prime. I don't. Why are you yelling at me? Why? What did I do? What did I do? Ghost in the background. What did I do? I was referring to what keeps you going as a content creator. Well, the fact of the matter is that what keeps me going as a content creator is when I was younger, I was always told to shut up. People did not like hearing me talk, and I always felt like I had something important to say. So one day I decided, you know what? As long as you know what? I'm going to get my message out there one way or the other. And that's kind of what it was. It was just basically compensation for all those years of being censored and silenced. So that's one reason. But another reason is because another reason is ultimately because like when I was, like initially when I did YouTube before, I wanted to stream video games. That was the whole reason why I wanted to do this stuff. But like the gaming system that I had couldn't stream to the internet. And I never understood why. So for a long time, I just said, you know what? I'm going to try to start making like video blogs and stuff like that. I wanted to sort of tell my story. I wanted to ultimately like tell my story the way that I wanted to tell it. But the problem is that I was not good at editing. Like, and it was never about money for me. It was just, I wanted people to kind of understand who I was. I felt like I mattered enough for people to sort of have an idea who I was. That was it. And, like, I don't really I wanted my story to be told like the way but then like later on in life, it was because when Alton Sterling got murdered, I literally lived like behind that Triple S where Alton Sterling got murdered at. And one thing that really kind of like got to me was the fact that when you talk about Alton Sterling or anybody who gets killed, ask your roommate about Prime. Y'all have no excuse to not watch this first episode. You are really hyping up this show. Is it really that? I should just read the manga. If it's based off the manga, I'm just going to read the manga. But like another thing too is that like one thing I always noticed was that like when a black person gets killed by police, all they ever do is show their picture and tell you their name. They never exactly get a chance to show you who this person actually was. And it's because the person who was shot never got a chance to actually tell anybody who they were. They never got their story told because they never told their story. So my thing is that like, if I ever were to die, I want people to look at me and I want people to go on my YouTube or go on my social media and be like, oh, that's who this guy was. This is what he said. this is, you know, the kind of person he was. And my thing is that like I'm aware that people are going to some people are going to disagree with who I am. And some people are going to misread what I say and say, oh, he's a terrible person, yada yada yada. But the logic behind what I'm doing is that like I'm just trying, like I just want people to know who I am before I die, ultimately. Like I want my story to be told, regardless of if I'm making any money about it. I want people to understand this guy exists and this is who he was. I love that Unbalanced is really you telling your story. I appreciate that. I had to wager versus if I wanted to grab my tablet and phones and start a channel or wait till like make enough money for a laptop. Miss Glenn Jovi, bis salute to y'all. Yeah, but that's my whole thing is that like I just don't like what keeps me going as a content creator is ultimately that like I want people to understand specifically this is who he is, this is what he believes, this is what kind of person he was. That way, if I ever get murdered by a cop or something, you know, you can go on my YouTube and be like, oh, that's what kind of guy he was. You know what I'm saying? Star Wars canon or Star Wars Legends. I don't follow Star Wars enough to care if I'm being real with you. No lie. Like YouTube is a place where we can leave our foot trails. Sort of, yeah, unless they don't, as long as they don't delete your stuff. As long as they don't delete your stuff, you should be in the clear. But that's my logic, though, is that like for me, it's not about making. If I do make money doing this stuff, that would be awesome. If I do become successful doing this, that would be great. But like, I would be ultimately being successful just for being me online, and that's something. And if I can become successful being me online, then everybody should be able to become successful being themselves online. That's the reason why I say everybody should be doing this. Like it's not about like, you know, like everybody got commentary, everybody got stuff that they want to say, everybody got points that they want to make, everybody got things that they want to do. But I feel like you yourself are your best subject. Anybody can talk about sports, anybody can talk about politics, anybody, but like who are you as a person? I don't have an interest in life. I'm not an interesting person. I wake up, I go to work, and I go home. That's my logic. Some people say they're shy and don't want their face all out exposed online. Yeah, that's true. Because and the reason why most people are scared because you know they think that they're just too ugly to be on camera. As an ugly person, I say do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just because of the fact that people are just self-conscious because everybody's a bully online. So it's like if you're not pretty or if you're not attractive, then everybody's just gonna pop up on yourself and be like, you're ugly and I don't like you. And it's like kind of me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, but my whole thing is that like some of the most successful, like Elon Musk is the richest dude on the planet, and he's not an attractive man. Okay. Every now and then I intercede with some of my real life issues on my channel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, Elon Musk is the richest dude on the planet, and he's not attractive. Have you ever actually sat down and actually looked at the most richest people on the planet? They're not beautiful. Like, and also physical attraction, being beautiful, being attractive, that's just a eye of the beholder thing. I think I'm the ugliest dude on the planet, but there's women who tell me all the time that I'm not. And I still don't know what to believe because there's women who also call me ugly. My logic is that, like, you know, if I'm ugly, whatever. If I'm good looking, whatever. I'm just trying to exist. And I just, like I said, I want my story to be told. I don't care. I'm at this point right now where I don't care if somebody hates me or likes me or whatever. I love it when people like me, but I don't care if somebody hates me because you're a stranger. Leave me alone. You know what's crazy? I did a video about staying motivated, and even on a sports channel, it did well. Sports and motivation kind of go hand in hand, dude. Like being sports and motivation, like, you know, sports and motivation get together like peanut butter and chocolate. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. You are just yourself. That's what matters. That's what I'm saying. And everybody is themselves at the end of the day. Everybody is themselves. Everybody is a real person. And we all have a reason right now to tell our story, especially now, because like the system that is currently oppressing us is going to ultimately say that everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is perfect. Everything is okay. You know, like the very system that we are currently living in right now is going to try to manipulate the narrative to basically say everything is great. You have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to complain about. Everything is fine. But if you're miserable, you should be able to get on camera and say, actually, everything is not fine because I'm miserable and here's why. And that should be your take. You know what I'm saying? The system and everything right now is just like, everybody should be like basically like talking about that. Not, I mean, you don't have to go into great detail. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go into great detail. You don't have to talk about, I don't know, your divorce and your trauma of like losing a level of Mega Man and losing your level of Mega Man and having a full-on crisis because you don't know how this dude. No, seriously, like, I'm gonna crash out again about that. Like, holy crap! Like, why does he even have a jackhammer? You know what? No, I'm not doing that. But the fact of the matter is that like, you bro, is there something you do offline that you don't do online? For example, for me, I really cuss my tail off online. I don't cuss very much. That's actually, I feel like you have to meet me online to like. I feel like you would have to meet me online for me to figure out Mega Man is not that hard. Yes, it is. You know what? No, I'm not doing this. I'm not having this conversation. Bane the Reckoning is also good at video games, which he should be streaming right now, but he just chooses not to. Mega Man is not that hard. Shut up. I was a child. But yeah, but I like to think that, what you see is what you get on here. Like, for instance, I feel like what you see is what you get. I feel like the best person to probably ask that to are like people who know me personally. But it's like, I don't think that I am you are pretty funny. Thanks. Mega Man is not that hard. Please stream yourself playing video games. Please. OG Mega Man is dead. Yes, I said that to hurt you. Ooh, man, I'm going to knock you out when I see you. You're my brother, and I love you, and I will swing on you because you said that. You Samoan Bad News Brown dude. Yes, he does look a lot like Bad News Brown. Bane of Reckoning looks like Bad News Brown with hair. And Bane of Reckoning is also like much taller than I am. So it's like me threatening to hurt him is actually like not a good idea because I'm short and he's tall and he can physically hurt me. But also no one in the world cares about our depression and our dependency on darkness. That's the thing. People actually do care. People actually do care. Like I didn't know that until like I made that video, the 600 video. The 600 video, there was some for people who was like, get your lazy behind up and get to work. There's actually some people who genuinely understood the circumstances that was actually happening at the time. You just got to find the right people. Yeah, and that's why X is around, because the original Mega Man, Roll Proto Man are dead. Shut up, Bane. Shut up. Like, the reason why I did Bane, stream, make content, stream. I don't care how you do it. Stream and make content. You do it. Do it. I don't care how. Do it. I'm no longer requesting. I am no longer suggesting. I am demanding. You think they do, but they just enjoy watching your sadness as entertainment. I don't care. Of course people like watching other people's sadness as entertainment because everybody is sad. Everybody wants somebody to relate to. It's like, I'm in a bad mood, so I need to find somebody who else is in a bad mood so I can feel valid in my bad mood. Yeah. So, whatever. There's going to be some bullies out there that's going to be like, LOL, you're sad and I hate you. And it's like, I don't care. Those people are internet bullies. Those people like literally, like the average internet bully is a predator. So it's like, who cares? But like, but yeah, there's some people out there who just be in a bad mood and they want to feel valid in their bad mood. So they look for somebody else who just happens to be in the same bad mood that they're in. Who cares? I mean, if you don't want people to know that you're in a bad mood, then don't record yourself being in a bad mood. Some people are that way, but some people genuinely want what's best for others. Like, I will say this straight up. Like, Jovi is like quite possibly like I've known Jovi for a long time now, and she's quite possibly one of my best friends. You know what I'm saying? So for me to say that nobody cares would just be sort of like ignoring the fact that Jovi is still around. My Bane of Reckoning is still around. He's been my best friend for God dog. Me and Bane of Reckoning have known each other since we were like kids. You know, I'm just saying, it's just like it's really easy to say everybody sucks, so that's why I don't want to do anything. But it's even easier. But it should be, you should just be able to say, I'm considering streaming Final Fantasy. Is that 7 or 8? 7? Which one? The old one or the new one? Does eating healthy food and exercising really cool all depression? And I don't know. I mean, I feel like it helps. Like, you know, I do feel like exercising. I'm not gonna say that like everybody's depression is different, man. Everybody is different when it comes to like how they're built. So it's like what might help out somebody might not help out somebody else. The Final Fantasy, is that 9? Are you saying 9? You do stop using the Roman numerals. The old one, then the new one, then the third part comes out. You're gonna have like, man, those games are gonna torture your hard drive, bro. Gonna be gigantic. But not like, here's the thing, dude. People are built different. Everybody's built different. What might help out somebody else's depression might not help out another person's depression, because depression is different for everyone. For like, I'm depressed. I'm depressed perpetually. I'm literally like one really bad day away from like, you know, tongue kissing a Texas hole puncher and just like, you know, saying hello to God. But the fact of the matter is that you wouldn't be able to tell because, you know, I'm being normal. But I'm depressed right now. Like, I am genuinely sad right now. But the fact of the matter is that like, you know, there are ways to sort of like remedy it. It's just simply a matter of just like, I feel like it's not exercise, it's just giving yourself goals and then accomplishing them. Like little victory, like, you know, little victories help, you know. What if I had you end up saying, what if you had to end up saying hello to the devil? Yeah, I think you're talking about the big sleep. I don't know. Yeah, but it's like at the end of the day, man, like, you know, the best way to deal with depression is just give yourself like small accomplishable goals that you can actually do. For some people, it's just simply waking up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? The small victories help. You know what I'm saying? Because small victories leads to bigger victories. Like instead of working out, you could just say, instead of working out and being like, you know, I'm going to do 1,000,000 push-ups today, just say I'm going to do 5. Just say you're going to do 5 push-ups, because every day, because when you'll find yourself doing 30 and being like, yeah, I beat my record of 5. I don't desire to say Charlie, Lindsay, or Mitch right now. Nobody does. Nobody likes those Charlie, Lindsay, or Mitch. Oh my God, bro. The right is taking L's, bro. Oh man. It just clicked to me like how big of an L the right wing is taking. That's great. Final Fantasy with Zidane. Or is it Zidane? I always forget. Man, but that's what I'm saying though. Stream that stuff, bro. Hurry up and stream. Stream your games. 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 I would die mad about. But like that's what I'm saying though, man. Is that like I was playing, but I got to an annoying part. You was playing without streaming? Disrespectful. You're disrespectful. You know what you're doing is wrong, right? You know what you're doing is wrong. You are disrespectful. You was playing the game and nobody saw it. You was playing the game and I can't see it. I could help you out with the annoying part. I used to hate X2. Maybe I will not hate it as an adult. Are you talking about 10? The one with the Yuna and I hear that the game itself is not bad, but the battle system is a little complicated. I remember actually playing that one a long time ago, and it was okay, but like not like the battle system was a little complicated for me. It felt way too much like a board game with pieces that you can move, you know? It felt like they was trying to combine like turn-based battle with chess. And you could like move the characters some kind of way to like get them away from proximity or something. It's just really, really complicated. Star Wars meet Dark Souls. I don't know what you're saying, but I don't want to. Oh, what nobody will see is me playing Star Wars Jedi. I love how you say it. What nobody will see is me playing when nobody sees you playing nothing because you never stream nothing. Oh man. Stream your games. Stream your games. Come on, chat. Like, go with me here. Stream your games. Stream your games. I wish I was influential enough to like get a whole bunch of people to just peer pressure you into doing it. Shoot, because you got Mad World. Shout out to Mystical. Shout out to my boy Mystical. Bet I'm a stream a Shin Megami Tensei game. Bro, isn't Shin Megami Tensei just like anime Dark Souls? That's wild. Homeboy is like, I'm gonna play a SMT. Shin Megami Tensei is just anime Dark Souls, man. You just don't have to worry about them beating you up in real time. It's just one big. It's just like the only difference between Shin Megami Tensei and Dark Souls is the battle system is turn based. Oh my god, turn based Dark Souls would be murder. And that'd be dumb. That would be so dumb. The world is definitely not ready for those turn-based Dark Souls. No way, bros. Oh god, that would suck. Ugh. Also, I just recently learned that Rogue Galaxy is on is in the PlayStation thing. If I actually had the money, I would buy that because I love Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy is one of my favorite games. There needs to be a Bloodborne 2. I'm genuinely surprised that there isn't, honestly. But it's like how many times can you remake the same game? Because I thought, like lore wise, I thought Bloodborne was. Wait, there is a Bloodborne 2, isn't there? Because I could have swore there was a Bloodborne 2. My back is killing me, y'all. I'm in pain. Bloodborne was fire. They made 3 Dark Souls. I can get a Bloodborne 2. You know what? You know, if you was like an influential streamer, game streamer, I can assure you, you could probably make that happen. There was DLC. I can assure you specifically that if you was like an influential gaming streamer, you could probably do that. You could probably like get that petitioned and created. I'm sure of it. I can't wait to play the new Star Fox. Bro, how's about my homeboy LVG? Like, just got done playing that, and it is actually very fun. It's basically 64, but with a new gameplay. Oh, I'm familiar. I'm aware. Like I said, I've seen people play the new Star Fox. I actually like the idea of them showing like the dialogue with the. I actually like the idea of them showing a dialogue in the with Fox in his in the chambers with everybody else. I actually like that concept. It was really cool. Like they really added. I also liked how they added, how James sort of possibly died in the beginning. I like that. Like that was a scene that I didn't know that I needed to see. Even though it really makes me hate Dengar just that much more. But yeah, like I said, if you're gonna play that, you should stream that. Man, I ain't tired, y'all. I ain't lying. Give me a sec. I gotta check. I gotta check something real quick. Give me one moment. It was necessary. Star Fox actually has deep lore is not discussed. Yeah, it isn't. Mario can get heavy sometimes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Mario, I know Mario, Super Mario RPG is actually like can get very. I know Super Mario RPG and Paper Mario can be like both relatively like intense stories. It's not surprising. In Mario Galaxy, Rosalina tells a story like a storybook. Yes, Mario can get dark. I feel like all forms of art is alter. I feel like the thing that we tend to forget when it comes to like fiction is that fiction is just an adult sort of retelling a story and making it as fictional as possible. Because like in all seriousness, you're basically like telling stories about like just adult things, but you're making it colorful and lively and kind of I don't know how to describe it. It's just like there's no like I always say that there's no such thing as a kids show because all you're doing is like there you can't this making a kids show is impossible. Hold on. She mentions while telling the storybook how her mom is asleep under the tree. Turns out she meant her mom was dead and was buried under the tree. Let's not even get started on Kirby. I don't even want to think about Kirby, man. Kirby, everybody knows that Kirby is a nightmare fuel. Like that eyeball that rips out in the battle is like I think what Kirby was basically that person's attempt to make something really gruesome and horrifying, but like because of like, oh, we can't let you do that. So they just say, you know what if we just make the protagonist just like really adorable? It's like, oh, okay, you can do it. You can do it now. It's like we want to make something terrifying. Okay, no. But what if we make the main character a cute little pink balloon? Show us how it looks. Oh my god, he's so adorable. Yes, you can do whatever you want by all means. Yes, yes, please. Bro, like that is yeah. Kirby is wild. Kirby is wild. The lore of Kirby is crazy. But yeah. But that's what I'm saying though, is that like, but I always say it's impossible to write shows for kids because like what can you explain to a child and what can't you explain to a child? That's the hard part. Is that like but also like I've never seen children actually be like freaked out by anything. Cause I feel like, a lot of us like a lot of children get desensitized by things already. Like I remember being a kid and knowing what like alcohol and cigarettes were. So it's like if you show alcohol and cigarettes, I was like, oh, okay, that's just something that everybody I know does. No big deal. Flapjack Nightmare Fuel. Love Ed and Eddie, but the number of adult jokes in that show, yeah, it's wild. Like I say, there's no way to write a show for kids. You know what I'm saying? Especially because like adults just can't help themselves. Adults can't help themselves, man. They're gonna put something stupidly adult driven in there. And it's gonna be like, yeah, this is the one for the adults. It's like kids watch this show, man. And then Eddie was crazy. I never actually like the thing was that like I can't watch Ed and Eddie again. Bro, is it about to storm again? Your garden is overgrown and your cucumbers are soft. Never say that again. Never say that again. This dude said this dude yelled this. He typed that in all caps. I need to. He's like, no, we're gonna see this. Oh my god, your garden is overgrown and your cucumbers are soft. Oh my goodness, that was a line in the show. I remember that. Yeah, Rolf from Ed and Eddie said that. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he was like, there was a lot of things that he would say that it was just like you wouldn't understand it as a kid, but like if you rewatch it now, you're like, wait a minute, wait a minute. And what's even crazier is that adults watched that stuff back then and never said anything. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that makes it funny. That's the part that makes this funny for me, is that like adults saw this stuff back when it came out, and like adults came out when it, like, you know, was reading the stuff, was watching that when it came out, and they weren't even freaked out about it. So it's like it didn't matter. the joke just didn't matter. Peeps just knew how to take a joke back then. Or I don't want to say it like that. I'm not gonna say Peeps knew how to take a joke back then, but I will say that like it was very, very, very easy. It was very, very, very easy to like just sort of understand, oh, this is definitely a joke that kids will not understand, or kids will not care to understand. I remember there was one time I was watching the Oblongs, and there was a joke about Bob Oblong playing the piano. And you know, because Bob Oblong doesn't have hands, I was always under the impression that he just sat on the piano keys and just played with his butt. And then I realized, and then it was like, oh no, that's not what he was doing at all. And then when I finally found out what the joke meant, I was like, oh, he was playing it with his teleworker. Wow, okay, that's crazy. I also liked the Oblongs because, like, you know, like Will Ferrell being Bob Will Ferrell could I don't know. I can't say a bad thing about Will Ferrell as an actor. He's always funny to me. He was always funny. But yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is that like there is no such thing, like you can't make a show for kids. It's hard to make a show for kids because, like, you know, like I say, you know, I remember, like I said, by the time I was maybe about 10 years old, I already knew what beer and cigarettes were. I didn't know what weed was, but I hated that rich girl from the Oblongs. Which one? His son has a dope single out. Who? Will Ferrell's son is a musician? I would have never guessed. But I mean, but then again, you know, being a performer, that does make sense. But yeah, it wasn't just you talk about Debbie and Debbie and all the other Debbies. But yeah, I love that show, The Oblongs. I can watch that stupidity forever. But that's only because, I liked it because Milo was mentally unstable, and is like, as a mentally unstable person myself, I'm like, holy crap, I get that. Milo makes so much sense, and he's like the normal character, but he's like screwed up. It's like I can totally relate to this because I'm screwed up and I'm the normal guy, I think. But yeah. But yeah, like Will was on Michelle Obama's podcast playing his music on Spotify. These are all words that I didn't know that Michelle Obama had a podcast still. I thought she bringing back what? I know Michelle Obama still had a podcast, you know, but that's dope actually. Also, imagine being able to say that you were the former first lady and now you're a podcast host. That's wild, right? The former first lady has a podcast. That's just like, I don't know, like something about that it feels very personal for me. Because like normally when people get out of like the office, they go dark. They just disappear. You know what I'm saying? Like I did not know that Nancy Reagan lived until 2016. I thought Nancy Reagan died like in 1992 or something. Never got me and I over Guido being right there the whole time when we watched Needless. Once he found out who the main villain was. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. Guido being right there. Wait, hold on. Needless Guido. Bro, no effort. Wait. No, you're not gonna. No, you're not bringing this back up. You are not bringing this back up. No, you are not. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Okay, we're not doing that again. Okay, I barely remember the show. I barely remember the show. Okay. Oh my god, dude. How was I supposed to do? It wasn't obvious. Okay, it wasn't. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this because it wasn't obvious. That was not obvious. Okay. Modern Strange Cowboy though. I ain't gonna lie, that was a nice track. No lie. That was a good theme song. Especially the sad intro, especially like the sad intro where they like basically turned it into a piano thing to sort of represent mourning. I ain't gonna lie. That was look, I forget who the guy is who sing that song, but he sings like a lot of anime theme songs and he is so good every time. I think it's TM Revolution or something like that. But yeah, that dude is like do 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 do. He also did like a couple theme songs for Kuroko no Basuke that I love. Bro, Kuroko no Basuke is such a good show, man. It's like if you don't know jack about basketball, please watch it. Because some of the stuff up in there is just ridiculously like unreal, man. Midoriya will always scare me. Midoriyama, I think his name is, because they name him after like their hair colors or something. God, I forgot that dude's name. Green, Needless remakes without the fan service. Nah, man, keep the fan service up in there. Keep it loyal. Keep it loyal to the original work. But yeah, maybe take out the lowly stuff. Yeah, maybe take out the lowly stuff though. Like we don't need that. Nobody needs that. This dude really. That's what I'm saying though. Is that like once again I will. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Is that like, dude, you really do like. Here's the thing: you watch more anime than I do. You're familiar with a lot of stuff that I like. You're familiar with a lot more stuff than I am. Definitely should be like doing this. Like my thing is that like I'm doing this stuff because all the people who I want to see go live and do this stuff, they don't want to do it. Nobody. That's another reason why I do this stuff because I do this stuff because the people that I want to see do this stuff will never do this stuff. Like one of my friends just recently started making content because she has a brand. She has like an actual brand that she's trying to push and promote. So it's like it makes sense for her to go to YouTube. It feels like forever since she actually considered it. So like, I'm very supportive of her. Her name is Jasmine, but her content is Prep Life. She does like a lot of content dedicated to just sort of like helping out Black girls, like teaching Black girls that they're beautiful, which is honestly like the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. I've been following her for like a while now, but she never really like did anything on YouTube. She's mostly like on Instagram and Facebook. So it's like this is a big switch for her. Let me see if I can find her stuff real quick while I'm talking to y'all. Cause like I really do want to see her. I really want to see her win. I want to see her succeed too. Cause she's doing a good thing. Give me a second, y'all. But yeah, she does cosplay. She does like, here we go. Oh, her name is actually pretty easy to remember too. Let's go. Give me a sec. Dang it. Because I don't know if I can share the screen, and I don't know if I can share the screen or not. So I'm not gonna do that because I'm like every single time I share a screen, it just goes dark. So I'm gonna just go ahead and copy the link and then put it onto the. But yeah, like I said, like what the stuff that she does, yeah, the stuff that she does, is actually like relatively like okay. I don't know if this is gonna work or not, but this is her channel. Like I said, her whole thing is that like she was a hold on, like she was a beauty queen. Like she actually used to do like pageants and stuff like that. And she's a beauty queen. She basically like decided to like start her own brand. And her brand is basically like just sort of telling black girls that they're beautiful and that they can like become like superheroes and just do amazing things. And I've been following that stuff for like a long time. So this is her stuff. It's called the Prep Life Plan. Obviously, I'm not in the demographic for it. Hopefully, y'all can see it. But like I said, I've been supporting her stuff for a long time now. She has kind of been going into she used to like hold like little what's what I'm looking for. She used to hold like little seminars and stuff like that. Here is the link to her stuff. Right here's the link to her channel right here. So like I said, I know that it's probably not like we're dudes, so it's probably not it's not content specifically for us. But like I just love seeing people like actually do something for like do stuff for like black girls, because like black women are like the most vulnerable and most targeted people like in America, and I kind of just it feels good to see that somebody is looking out for them and stuff like that. Like black women need to be protected and valued more, for sure. So that is kind of like why I'm doing this. But yeah, she's like one of my homies on here. But like it took a long time for her to like get. It took a long time for her to like get here though. Like she was doing stuff on like Facebook and Instagram before. So coming over here on YouTube, completely different. So bleep blop, I am. But yeah, like she used to be a beauty queen, and like I said, my thing is that like the reason why I even make content is ultimately because people don't do it. People don't be wanting to do it. Like it really always annoys me, because like some of the most like when I suggest that somebody does content, it's not because it's because I see something in them that I think that I think that other people will also see. Like I just have like a lot of hope and faith in a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think that a lot of people are very, very, very entertaining. A lot of people are very I think that a lot of people are like very entertaining and very charismatic and very very charming. And I feel like the rest of the world will probably like have a really good time seeing that as well. But the problem is everybody's just so cowardly, bro. Like everybody is so, it's like I hate it when people say, oh well, maybe I just don't want to do it. Yeah, because you're scared. You're scared that somebody is going to pick on you and call you ugly, because that's what people do online. That's what people people are mean online. So it's like you're scared that people are going to call you ugly, and that's going to hurt your feelings. And I get it, because I get called ugly all the time, and it does hurt my feelings. But the fact of the matter is that like the thing that really kind of turns me away from people giving me a rough time online is that like once you realize that a lot of people who like harass people online, or a lot of people are scared. Yeah, a lot of people are scared. It's a scary thing. Putting yourself out there so that like, so that like a bunch of people who might not like you can give you attention. Yeah, I get that. It's a scary thing. But like the thing that I really don't like is that like one thing that we tend to forget is that like some of the meanest people online are also some of the worst. Bro, I have people who hate me for no reason, but like they literally hide behind internet anonymity just because they know that they're terrible people. Like they don't hate me. Like they don't hate me with their whole chest and going, like you can't see their faces. You don't know who these people are. These people are literally hiding from society while also being obnoxious. That should tell you something. Like complete strangers disliking you for no reason, like that. I'm not saying that that shouldn't affect you, but it definitely shouldn't turn you away from doing something like this. Like you don't have to be the member of the, you don't have to be a member of the audience. If you want to be the member of the audience, by all means, be a member of the audience. But like, don't make it seem. Just don't try to hide in public. That's my thing. It's like if you're going to be in public, be in public. Like a lot of y'all are like, people are talented. You know, people are skilled. People are awesome. Hold on. People will always find something to dislike you for. People tried me growing up for having nice clothes and a dad that picked me up from school. They picked on you when you have nothing. They pick on you when, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like people, like the meanest people are like the meanest people, in my opinion, are just some of the most annoying, because it's like the meanest people. Like I remember I got picked on for wearing glasses for like the longest time. For the longest time, I got picked on for wearing glasses. I got picked on for being short. I got picked on for both of my parents for being in the house. I actually remember getting picked on one time, and like kids used to do this thing. I don't know if they still do it, but like when I was growing up and like when I was in elementary school, kids would do this thing where they'll say, I saw you watching Pokemon at your house. No, I saw you watching Power Rangers at your house." You know what I'm saying? And it's like the thing about that is like everybody would make, like, the joke would be, "LOL, you're doing something humiliating." But the joke was almost never, "This person is stalking me." You know what I'm saying? Also, hello, OG Mia. How you doing? It's good seeing you. But yeah, like I remember that used to be a joke back then. It's like, "I saw you doing this stuff." And it's like, nobody's going to acknowledge the fact that this person is stalking me. They just admitted to it. How am I the loser here? I got picked on for being dark skinned. Exactly. I remember when they say anime was not cool, but now anime is a world movement. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the meanest people are like the most annoying. They just genuinely don't want. I feel like the thing is that mean people, I feel like, we're so mean, people genuinely don't know how to make friends. So they think that okay, if I'm funny enough, they'll like me for being funny. But the problem is that their jokes are almost always rudeness and crass behavior and cruelty. And it's like, I feel like nobody has actually sat down and told them, "Hey, rudeness and crass behavior and cruelty, that stuff isn't funny anymore. That stuff is not funny, and it's never been funny. Maybe stop doing that," because nobody's ever told them that that was a bad thing. They just kept doing it, and they grew up and continued doing it because LOL, being mean is funny. It's like, but it's not. I remember when they say anime, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like that's the thing. It's just like the meanest people are just like, I think they're just trying to make friends, and like they think that their method is the only method. And when their method doesn't work, instead of it being, "Oh, I should change my method on how to make friends," instead they're saying everybody's just weak and can't handle the way that I make friends. And that's a problem. We're like, everybody's so antisocial, but being social is also like a human thing. Like being social is just basically like a human, like as people are hiding from each other online, they're also online on social media trying to interact with other people because we can't stop being social. But the problem is that we want friends, but we also want people to tolerate us. Like some people want us to be tolerated for just being at our absolute worst because we want people to say, "Okay, you're not that bad." And the problem is that, like, yeah, you kind of are that bad. Calm down. You don't have to be hostile all the time. You don't have to be mean all the time. You don't have to, you don't have to hurt innocent people all the time. You could be a nice person. You could be a nice person. And then no, I'm still mad at how people act like anime wasn't a pariah back in the day. Yeah, that was a thing. And like, bro, like it really, people love like whitewashing. People love like, revisioning history with that one. Cause like, yeah, I remember being picked on, being picked on for like watching, like people was like, you weren't being picked on for watching anime. People was like, you weren't being picked on for watching anime. You were picked on for being weird. No, people were picked on, man. People were picked on because they looked different. Okay. Like we tend to do this thing where we just like, bullies love to do this thing where they basically try to make it seem like they had good reason to mistreat other people. And I hate that because no, not always. Like everybody was weird as a kid. It doesn't mean you should be okay. Doesn't mean you should be a bully to people. Like we tend to forget that like when people love to like try to make it seem like bullying was actually like necessary and a good thing. And it's like, no, we weren't picking on you because you were watching anime. We were picking on you because you was Naruto running in the hallway. So Naruto running in the hallway is not something that should be getting people picked on. I never ran like Naruto. Nobody's saying that she did, but that's what I'm saying. And also, not a lot of people was doing that. Exactly. Like I never ran like Naruto in the thing, but it was like, but you're just gonna say that I did to feel good about giving people a rough time. It's like, come on, man, y'all are just mean. It's like I hate the fact that I hate the fact that we live in a world where being mean and being cruel and being hostile and being a bully is actually like welcomed and appreciated and valued and made into presidents and made into like local presidency and stuff like that. We've basically made cruelty normal, and people just can't say that they're cruel. Like people just can't say that they're cruel. People have to like sugarcoat it, and everybody loves saying, I don't sugarcoat anything. I don't, I'm weird now as an adult. Well, yeah, everybody's weird. But it's like I dislike this idea that like it's never like people who are just like people love to say I keep it real. I don't sugarcoat nothing. I'm the tough guy. I'm a bad mamma jamma. I can do what I'm a real human being. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sugarcoat and whippy wappy with you. I'm gonna tell it like it is. But nobody ever says that they're cruel or that they're mean spirited or that they're hostile or that they insecure or that they have like. You weren't bullied for like an anime. It was because you was running. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the stupidest thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's like people who are mean have never said that they're just mean. Like people who are bullies just never just outright say that they're bullies. They always say, "Actually, you're the problem. It's your fault that I'm bullying you." Maybe if you stop being so easy to bully. It's just like it just took victim blaming to a whole new level. While also like we're in a society, we're in a day and age right now where the word victim is actually a slur. Like you guys probably aren't online as much as I am, but like people love saying, "Oh yeah, well you're just a victim," as a way to say like actual grievances that the person might have are completely unrealistic because they just basically say, "Oh, they're just upset about everything." Larry and Peter Cullen, be strong enough to be gentle. I don't know who Larry and Peter Cullen are. But another thing too that we tend to forget is that like fiction has basically motivated a lot of stuff. And like, historically fiction has motivated a lot of stuff just among society in general. So it's like, I just really wish that like people would just like, because the logic is that, only like fiction is for children. And it's like, it's not though. Fiction is just retelling reality so that people who hate reality can understand it a little bit better. But yeah, like imagine, but it's like, and like man, and also shout out to Jovi for bringing up that she was bullied for having dark skin, because it's like that in itself was a problem back in the day. It's like I remember I was picked on because I was picked on for my physical appearance as well, but it wasn't that my skin was like, for some people I was too dark and for others I was too light. So because of how I talked, I was white, but like also like hanging out with like lighter skinned people, it's like I was too dark to hang out with them. It was just all types of stuff. Peter Cullen is the voice of Optimus Prime. Heck yeah. I think I met him before. I met Peter Cullen on accident. It was at Louisiana May. I think it was the 2011 one. No, it was MechaCon. It was a convention. He was a cool guy, and I didn't know that he was the voice of Optimus. I didn't know that he was the voice of Optimus Prime because I heard him voice somebody else, and I was just like, "What?" But yeah, I just think it's kind of annoying that like we living in a world right now where people just like everybody, people love to just sort of like talk tough, but they don't want to just say that they're just mean people. You know, nobody ever just wants to say that they're a bully and that they're mean and that they like the idea of making people feel bad and stuff like that. They don't like doing that. Instead, they'll just like say that it's your fault for being so easy to bully. And it's like, is it though? Because all I'm doing is just trying to live my life, you know, unbothered. And here you are bothering me. How is that my fault? Shoot. I know I'm going on a tangent here, but I just really wish that people would I just really wish that, like, I hope that y'all understand what I'm trying to say. Because I know I tend to ramble, but yeah, but no, I'm just saying, it's just wild to me, man. Like, people should just say, I'm mean. People should just say, I'm a mean person and I like to make other people feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, look at our presidential administration, man. Look at who wins the elections in America, bro. Like, this is normal behavior now. Just if you don't want to embrace it, then change it, you know? But don't make it seem like it's somebody else's fault because you can't stop being terrible. It's like, I will say this straight up. I myself am not a good person. I've done stupid things. I will probably continue to do stupid things in the future. I'm not perfect in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But like, my whole thing is that like, if I'm going to, I hate saying my whole thing. My concept is that like, the way I see it is, if I'm going to be an evil person, if I'm going to be a bad person, then I'm going to be a bad person to the people who deserve to have the treatment being done on them. That's why a lot of times you see me, I'm always talking bad about like right wingers and like racists and bigots and Trump supporters and the like, because of the fact that the way I see it is, if I have all this energy to just be a terrible person, I should at least target terrible people. One person is a bad guy, the other is a good guy. Society has this notion of good and bad. My problem is that like there is such thing as a bad guy and a good guy, but the problem is that like we enable the bad guy nowadays, like right wingers and rich people, and like literally, like I'm literally looking up the 1800s right now. I'm literally looking up the 1800s right now, and it's like everything that we're currently going through has sort of been done before, and they're just like has been done and defeated. You know what I'm saying? And they're just trying to bring it back. Like, if you look up the entire 1800s, like specifically, they call it the Gilded Age back then and the Progressive Era now. Bro, I'm telling you, we're going through all this crap again. The only difference is that, like, you know, they're being more blatant and upfront about it. Like, because all this crap happened before. If y'all ever if y'all ever get bored enough, I definitely recommend looking up like the 1800s, like looking up the 1800s and looking up the Gilded Age, the Progressive Era. I'm telling y'all, it will, like, people always hate, the rich always sucked. The rich have always sucked. The rich were always terrible. And it's like by design, like they just sort of expect to just have all the power and the authority to do whatever they want. Like, I forgot the name. There was this one guy, he basically said there was this one guy who basically said, like, if I have enough money, I could like literally get poor people to like eat each other or something like that. I forget. Oh man, I forgot that quote. Oh, it's gonna drive me insane. But like he said, like, you know, he doesn't care about the public, and that he could like get the public to like hurt themselves if he could like literally pay people to just like beat each other up for no reason. It was something like that, and it was so cool. It was so cruel, man. It was like he was like a rich dude. I forgot his name. Oh God, it's gonna drive me insane. Oh God. But he was a rich dude. He was a rich dude, and he said this in secret. So it's like he knew that it was a terrible thing to say, but it's like he still believed that concept. But yeah, the 1800s sucked. The 1800s sucked. Rich people suck. Mean people suck. You know, being a terrible person sucks. Like, people should have that smoke and that energy for the worst people. Who's all in here anyway? Show of hands of who's in the chat. Why do I keep saying that? Nobody ever does it. Wait, no, people do it. But to get back to what I was saying earlier, though, is like we do live in a time right now where narratives are getting pushed, concepts are being like concepts are kind of sort of being sort of like pressured onto people and stuff like that. Like these are pretty ridiculous times that we're currently living in. And I feel like we should keep tabs on what's going on and just sort of like make videos to remind ourselves that this is like crazy stuff is happening. Like crazy stuff is happening. Like we're not crazy. The stuff that's happening is. You feel me? And that's why I make content. I make content, like I said, mostly for journaling, and mostly because I'm trying to, just I'm trying to just like let people know what kind of person I was should I ultimately end up dead. I'm pretty sure RC dipped, by the way, now that I think about it. RC probably had to go, which is fine. He has a life. Shout out to OG Mia for like popping up, though. That's kind of dope. Also, shout out to Kathy Changes Lanes for like popping up. She's gonna become, man. She is climbing up there. She's getting up there, bro. Okay, I know I'm rambling. It just dawned on me that like this year is halfway done. That's throw me in for a loop a little bit. This year is more than halfway done. This year is halfway done. Right? It went by so fast. Yeah, it really did. It essentially kind of did. It was just, it really feels like a lot has happened since January. But at the same time, also, it really does feel like, yeah, it's pretty intense. It's pretty intense to think about. That's wild. Like it's literally been. Like this year is almost done. It's like we got like literally 5 more months till December. Yep. time is in fact flying. It's like I ain't gonna lie, like it really is kind of an eye opener that I've been in this state for as long as I've been in this state, and I honestly didn't even expect to be in this state this long. You know, like when I first got here, my first month here, I actually thought that I was going to be leaving as quickly as I showed up, and yeah, I will technically have been here for like a few years now, and it feels weird because like on one hand I'm trapped, you know, as much as I kind of don't like to say it like that, but it's because I'm trapped. It's like I literally can't. I'm not gonna say I can't leave. It's just that like I don't really have like a lot of alternative options, so I kind of have to maintain. This is the most comfortable I've ever been, and it's like this is the most comfortable I've ever been. It's like like if you've ever seen like my other content, I've always lived in with roommates and stuff like that. It's just what's I don't know how to describe it, but I've always had like I've always kind of like been not destitute, but I've always been in kind of like a really bad situations financially, and that always sort of affected my living conditions. And this is probably like one of the few times I've ever actually kind of like been like on my own, and it feels weird that I've been kind of on my own like this for quite some time now. Like sort of like maintaining what little bit of responsibilities that I have. And the only reason why I have been is because mostly luck. Mostly luck. Do you like being in there? It's okay. Like I don't hate it. It's just that like I just know that like if the situation I just know that like the situation is probably as good as it's gonna get. And I'm not saying that to say that that's a bad thing. It's just a, like it really does put a lot of things in perspective for me. Because like if like heaven forbid I get evicted from this place, like, if I get evicted from here, I'm screwed. Like this is the least screwed I've ever been. Everyone can see the road that they wanted to paved in gold. It's always something in there. It's always summer. It never gets cold. It never gets cold out. It never get old and gray. Everyone can see the shadow. I don't know how the rest of it goes. Why is that song in my head? Any new anime you watched lately? I haven't. I ain't gonna lie to you. I haven't. The only fiction I partake in right now is DC Comics. Just recently finished Birds of Prey. I recently finished Birds of Prey comic. I haven't been able to watch a lot of any anime lately, but that's only because I haven't really had the time to. But I do. I always am interested in anime. I just haven't watched any in a while. I watched the movie Birds of Prey. Oh, I definitely recommend reading the comics. Like I like the comics, but that's like the only reason why I read the Birds of Prey comic was it was on accident. I thought it was something else, and it wasn't. But like I thought it was something else, and it wasn't. And then I just kept on reading. because like Big Barda in this one was just she was everything. Like Big Barda can do no wrong in my eyes. I love me some Big Barda. I just like the Birds of Prey movie heavy. He's going to watch Ghost of the Shell on Prime. This dude is jealous. Why is this dude? Okay, fine. I'm going to watch the new Ghost of the Shell, dog. Why are you yelling, man? Why are you yelling? Ask him that. Somebody ask him that. Why is he yelling? Somebody ask him that, man. Why are you yelling, bro? Man's out here just like, you know, like man's out here can't stream. He can't stream as often as I ask as often as I ask him to stream. I'm supposed to watch the new Ghost in the Shell. Like that's cold blooded. Homeboy is like, nah, man, I don't want making man's around here. Nah, blood. That's how we doing it. Shoot. Dang, man. Funny thing is, the movie isn't bad. If it's just hate Cassandra Cain is in it. Cassandra Cain is a member of Birds of Prey, though. Well, she's a member of this recent Birds of Prey. But also, Cassandra Cain is like Cassandra Cain. I don't know what the beef is with her outside of it in the movie, but I just like in the actual series, she can do no wrong in my eyes. In the actual like comic book series, she can do no wrong. Her and Big Barda's like friendship. I don't know what it is, man. Cassandra Cain, she's like everybody loves her. Everybody loves her. Like her and Stephanie are like best friends. Her and Big Barda may as well be sisters. It's like imagine having a a new god like on your side. That's so dope. But also she's just like, you know, I think her and Sin / Megara are like they're homies too, if I'm not mistaken. The same Cassandra Cain who could beat up Batman, that Cassandra Cain, that was Cassandra Cain in name only. I didn't care anything about her being able to beat up Batman. Everybody loves them when heroes fight each other. You know how much I don't care about that. Everybody loves them when the heroes fight each other. You know how much I don't care about that. Like the Cassandra Cain that I see in the comics, she's great. I love her to death. Like you cannot make me hate Cassandra Cain in the comics. I don't know. I didn't see the Birds of Prey movie. I'm too lazy to see it. I also purposely avoid like a lot of comic book movies because they never follow the effing source material. So, like, what's the point? I don't care. But like, hey, you know, do it. No, you know, like the point is Cassandra is established as a threat, and yet in this movie she's a little girl who depends on Harley to save her. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, like from childhood, Cassandra Cain is like she's like born into like learning how to fight, right? Like she knew how to fight before she knew how to talk. That was the whole thing. Is like she actually could like she talked through her fighting. I remember that was a big plot thing. Was that like she talked about fighting people because she knew how to fight before she knew how to talk, and that was That was like her whole thing. Is that she for a long time she ain't spoke. So yeah, I remember that. I remember that. It's not about her beating him up. It's that he acknowledges she's better than him. But the movie, she's an annoying little girl with no combat skills. So like, why is she Cassandra Cain? That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why I don't watch like a lot of work that's dedicated off of like comic books, because like how do you screw up the source? How do you screw up that badly with the plot and the source materials? So you're like right there. You can just read the comic and just like you can just read the comic and just go off of that. It doesn't make any sense. It's really unfair that they feel like they have to, like, for the sake of making a movie, have to just completely divert away from the plot. I hate that. I hate non-canon stuff. It's like I understand the need for it, but it's still just aggravating to me because like I'm not trying to like if I'm watching something that's based off of something else, I'm trying to see I'm trying to see the source material be like brought to life. I'm not trying to see your vision of somebody else's story. Just do the thing. It's like, why is Cassandra Cain who can throw hands? Who literally can throw hands. Why is she? Come on, y'all, calm down. Like why y'all doing that? Why y'all doing that? Sometimes that's impossible because of how long it is, but I get it. That's the thing. It's like I can understand if you like, because my thing is that like if you're making a movie about something, right? Like it's easy to like it's easy to kind of just say like, okay, for instance, if you're making something about a team, if you're making some changes are good though. Some changes are good, but when does it stop being like when is it able to just say, you know what? We don't need to make changes. Let's just give the people the same thing that's in the work. You know what I'm saying? That's my question. Is that like, I'm so sick and tired of like all these bastardizations and all of these. Okay, yeah, but we definitely need it. Like, I understand that you can't. I understand if you're making live action Dragon Ball, and you know what I'm saying, but you don't want to have the part where Goku runs along Snake Way. I get that. Like having live action Goku run across Snake Way probably is going to be like a big part of the story. You know what I'm saying? Having her, like it's probably going to be a big part. Probably going to be a long part of the story. You don't have to do that. But it's like, but when is it ever going to just be, hey, let's just give the people the thing that was in the source material? Like, why do they always have to change? Because the changes are noticeable. That's the part that makes me mad. It's like, I hate non-canon stuff too, man. Like Resident Evil, for instance, right? Like the Resident Evil thing, where it was like Mila Jovovich's character in Resident Evil. There's nothing wrong with Mila Jovovich's character. It's just that that's not part of Resident Evil. Or, it's not part of Resident Evil. There's no character that Mila Jovovich character actually like does. At no point is there ever a character like that in the actual game. Like, why is she there? Like, and like it was because the director was trying to is it because the director was trying to get with Mila Jovovich, or was it because the director was Mila Jovovich's husband and was like, yo, we got to put her in the movie? I forget. I think it was romantic, right? That's my thing. Is like I don't like the idea of like my thing is that if you're going to try to be original with somebody else's work, then you should just make your own thing. It's like I would have loved to see a series of Mila Jovovich's character from Resident Evil in something that wasn't called Resident Evil and just had her as the main character, because I feel like that's a cool thing. I feel like her character was cool. I feel like the thing was not bad. But like at the same time, the question is, why is she in something that's called Resident Evil? It's like, is she supposed to be Claire? No, she's not. Is she supposed to be like Claire or like, some character in the series? No, she's just her own character. She's just going up in there just to whoop up on zombies and whatever because she's tough enough to do it. Okay. But like, why is she in this thing? No. It's like it wouldn't have made money then. Who cares? Whatever. Silent Hill was the worst, actually. Still here. Word. It wouldn't have made money then. Getting ready to clean up a little bit. I get it, man. Hey, like I said, I appreciate you for like just popping up. Hey, you got a life. I get it. But not. It's like, and that's another thing too. Is that like, when does it stop being about the money? When does it stop being about the money? When does it just start? When does it just be about the work, man? When does it just be about the art, bro? I don't. It's like, nah, just like, give me what's on the source material. Give me what's in the source material. That's all I ask for. I don't even watch stuff with like source material no more. I just don't, because I know that they're just gonna modify it and tweak it and mix it and all this other stuff. I don't care. Especially like with DC and Marvel stuff, because there's so many stupid multiverses nowadays that you don't even know what is like what comic book was this? What comic book did this come from? Oh, all of them? Okay. Done. Y'all can have fun with that one. I'm not. The one thing I will say I appreciate about like the One Piece live action is that like it's literally based off of the manga. It's based off the manga. It's based off of the source material. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Oda actually is part of the team. I think he is part of the group of the people who make the thing, if I'm not mistaken. At some point, there's going to be a Final Fantasy VII rendition. I don't know, live action rendition, and they're going to try to find a way to make. I don't know. They're going to probably try to find a way to put like, I don't know, the Final Fantasy. It's very easy to tell. You just don't want to use your brain power. What do you? I don't know. I just don't have the multiverse problem. I do. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I don't like multiverses. I don't like, I'm not going to tell anybody else to dislike multiverses. I just want a story that's the same. That's the story from beginning to ending. Like I said, I don't want to I don't want there to be like a brief break between like on One Piece where all of a sudden there's another One Piece comic that comes out. And all of a sudden that Luffy has like blonde hair, and come to find out that him and Ace are like cousins and something. Him and Ace are cousins, and but everything else is still the same. He's just got blonde hair, and him and Ace are now cousins instead of adopted brothers. You find out that he actually is also like related to Gold Roger or some crap. Like, I'm tired. Like, no, give me the story. Give me the story from A to Z. Give me I don't care how long the story takes. I don't care. I don't care how long the story takes. Just write the long story. It's like, I'm not trying to read two One Pieces where one of them is like, black haired Luffy and he's doing all this stuff, and the other one is blonde haired Luffy and he's the same guy, but he's doing some stuff, but also like everything is just different for some weird reason. No, thank you. Just don't read the other stories. I'm not. The other stories are usually marketed Elseworlds, multiverse or something. That's the thing. And that's the thing. I get that. And that's the thing. It's just like, I avoid those. But it's kind of stupid because it's like they still pop up. As I was saying, like, you know, I'm so glad that manga doesn't have this problem. I'm so glad that, like, you know, manga and you know, like anime don't have this problem. Although they kind of do. You know, it's like, you know, last thing I want is for there to be another One Punch Man comic, another One Punch Man, like, you know, series like pop up, and all of a sudden it's Saitama, but he has hair because somebody just wanted to see him. It's really not hard. It's not about it being hard. Like, if that's the case, just stick to the paperbacks. Then that's what I do, man. I purposely avoid like, you know, I purposely avoid like that sort of stuff, man. But it's like DC and Marvel specifically don't have what's what I'm looking for. DC and Marvel actually does not have, you know, a legit storyline. Like, everything is always, oh, this is a new. It's like, oh, don't worry, it's the same guy, but he's different now. Why? Because it's a completely different dimension. Literally every movie, Goku is a different Goku. Okay, that's why I don't. You know, when's the last time you saw me talk about Dragon Ball Z? I purposely avoid that because I'm sick and tired of multiverses. Then you shouldn't have to worry about the alternate worlds. But that's what I'm saying. When's the last time you saw me talk about Dragon Ball Z, though? Once again, I don't participate in a lot of fiction anymore because I don't like first of all, I don't like romances, and every work of fiction has romances, and the ones that don't, like, you know, and well, not every work of fiction, but almost every work of fiction has romances. It's either romance crap or multiverse crap. Just give me a story where a bad guy is getting beaten up and that's it. Powerpuff Girls will always be like my favorite show. Go to Earth Zero for DC. There is no Earth Zero comics. Like, right now, I'm reading the Justice Society of America, and I don't know if that Justice Society is the Justice Society. I do know that they keep referencing. I do know that they keep making references to like the people who died during the 0 hour. So it's like, I like to think that that's the same one, but it's like Wildcat just died. Earth Zero is the main line. I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not like they have it. It's not like they have it on the label. It's not like they have it in the front of the store, in the front of the comic. Like, this one's from Earth Zero. This one's from Earth 2. This one's from Earth 1. This one's from Earth Prime. Like, that's not the case, man. Like, I'm aware of what's the main line and what isn't, but what I'm saying is that they don't bring that up in the story a lot. Hold on, my hips starting to act up. But like, right now, there's a new Batman comic that's out, and there's a new Batman comic that just came out, and it's like, is this the same Batman from the last comic, or is this just another Is this a different universe, multiverse, new Batman? It's like, stuff gets annoying after a while. I'm not trying to see that. Like, it's like, can a brother just get a story, please? No, this story ended, but now we have to like revamp it. He's gonna be the same guy, but he's gonna be a little bit different. We just don't know how yet. Like, this is one thing is Batman, Gargoyle of Gotham. Seriously. I don't know. When I was reading Batman, Gargoyle of Gotham, I never at any point, like, is this connected to the main line? Of course you don't. Like, that's not something that you care about. That's not something that you care about. And I honestly, I kind of envy that. But with me, it's like, I just find myself asking, when is this, like, is this going to be relevant in the main plot? That's why I've always found myself asking, is this going to be relevant in the main plot? Oh, it's not? This is a waste of my time. Oh, this story didn't matter? So I just wasted my time reading this story for nothing? Great. I just know it's not relevant to the main story. I'm aware. That's what I'm saying. You're better than me, man, because I can't read no crap like that. Like, I'm not trying to. I'm just annoyed that that story even exists in the first place. Because, like, why are you distracting from the main point? Why are you distracted from the main plot? Why? For what reason? It's not about mattering. Here's an alternative story. You have the option of reading that's his own continuity. Yeah, okay. But for me it's just wasting my time because it distracted away from the main plot, and I hate that. I'm not trying no, I need the main plot. I need the main story. I want the A to Z story. I'm not trying to do this alternative crap. Don't do that. I'm like, I hate most. There's video games that like do the whole like multiple ending thing, and I hate that too. I hate that as well. Like, no, I want the actual story. I want the actual plot. I'm not trying to, like, I don't want to have a. I'm not trying to have a bad ending. Just give me the good ending. Give me the 100% ending. I'm not trying to, I'm tired. I am so tired of like trying to figure out what happened in the story just because the writers was like, nah, man, it's whatever you want it to be. No, give me the plot. I love reading the other continuities with the main. They give me ideas. Give me ideas for what? You right? Give you ideas for what?
I feel like we can get
What the world? Stop. I like Batman Knights of Junior. I don't know what that is. Welcome back, Mystical. Hopefully, yeah, I should probably do some cleaning around here too. The last time I cleaned around here, somebody was helping me out with that, and I just got a little sloppy. Krypton isn't my favorite, but it's interesting. Okay, once again, like I'm kind of okay, but like what I was saying, you said that you like reading the other continuities of the main because it gives you ideas. But like, what do you mean by ideas? Now I'm curious. Like, are you writing stuff or like ideas for what? I feel like but yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to distract. Like, don't. It's like I'm not trying to read no distraction. Like, stop distracting me from the main plot. Stop distracting me from the main plot. Give me the story. Like I said, that's just me though. I know that like I know I'm I know I can be a stickler about that, and I'm not proud of that. But like if I wanted to read a different version of the same story, I would I never want to read let me rephrase that. I never want to read a different version of the same story. Give me the story and then shut up. Because like why? I don't know. That sounds pretty interesting. Everything's a variation. In Knights of Krypton, Batman and Superman are half brothers. Okay. I need you to understand too is that even if the story is good, even if the story to the alternative storyline is good or interesting or eye catching, I'm not going to care because it's not part of the main plot. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to like I don't want to be interested in that. I don't want to be interested in that. I don't want to like that sort of thing. I'm not trying to. DC gives you multiple stories. You just have to accept because these companies are never going to end there will always be a continuation. I get that. It's basically like fillers. That's the thing. I don't care about fillers. Like I also need you to understand too is that like I don't once again, you notice how I try not to participate in a lot of like in a lot of like fictional stuff because of reasons like that. Like I purposely try to avoid like works of fiction now because they do way too much stuff that I don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm all about like, I want the stuff that I want. I'm not trying to be okay with not getting the stuff that I want. Like I want to like stuff, but in order for me to like stuff, it has to be something that I like. The original Batman is dead. Yes, the story came to ends in 1975. Exactly. I get that. But the thing that annoys me ultimately is that like the original Batman is dead. So but we now have another Batman who just turns out to be the same guy. It's like the original Batman is dead, but then ultimately he's like the same guy, and but like he's not even that guy. Actually, that guy is also dead or like part of another universe. Now the current Batman is actually that same guy, but in a completely different universe. 5 generations later, same guy. No. It's like I'm genuinely I sort of expect that like right after the crisis, everything just did people just after the first crisis, people was just like, okay, that gives us a chance to do whatever we want. Everything is now canon. You make it way more complicated than it actually is. Bro, I feel like you just like reading stories. I want to tie things together. I want things to make sense. I want to read something from A to Z. I'm not trying to read from A to A1, B1, C1, D1, and then B, and then C2, C E1, F1, and then C, G1, and now all of a sudden we're all the way in Q. We're all the way in Q4, and it's like, what? No, man. I'm tired of like no. Just give me the story. I put Gargoyle and Gotham in his own box. I know this isn't connected to the main story. I read it at the end. I close the box. Now it's not connected to the main Batman. Well, I'm trying to, like I said, you're better than me, man. No, it's like here's the thing. I can do that too. I just hate having to do that with every story that comes out. That's the problem. It just feels like they don't care about it just feels like they don't care about the lore. It feels like they don't care about the story. They just care about releasing a new story of the same guy every chance they get. It feels like I said, it feels like fan fiction. And I don't know if you know this or not,
Talking
but
about the corrupt.
sorry. I'm pretty sure you already know this, but I hate fan fiction. Like I don't like once again, I can do that. The thing that you're doing, the thing that you're saying that you can do, I can also do. I'm just tired of doing it. They do though. That's what the main line is for. That's what I'm saying. Is that like we're on the same page here? Like that's what I'm saying. Is that like I can do the same thing that you're doing. I'm just tired of doing that because it feels like every story that comes out is just like another filler, another distraction, another thing. Is like it gets aggravating after a while. It's like I don't know what's main. I don't know what's the main story and what isn't. I don't even know. Like I don't know what's main plot or not anymore. It just gets agitating. It's like what's the story right now? It's like this is another distraction, another non-canon event that happened. Okay. Do you need League of Comic Geeks? I don't know what that is. Do I need League of Comic Geeks? I don't know what that is. You must need it. It will tell you the comics in the main line, even future comics coming out. Once again, that's not. I feel like you're ignoring what I'm actually saying, dude. Like I'm aware of what the main plot is. I'm aware of what the main storyline is. I'm aware of what is and what isn't the thing. I'm just annoyed that every other story that comes out isn't part of the main line. Every other story that comes out is seemingly another distraction line or another filler or another alternative story. I understand that there is a main line and that there's other stories. I get what you're saying and I can acknowledge that. What I'm saying is if every other One Piece chapter that came out was a filler or an alternative storyline or just some random retelling or something like that, if every other chapter was that, I would not read One Piece ever again. You see what I'm saying? And that's all DC and Marvel is. It feels like every other new series that come out is never connected to the main line. It's almost always, we're doing another retelling of an alternative story, or we're doing another thing about this or another thing about that. It's never part of the main storyline. I'm not saying that I don't know what is and isn't, or rather, I'm not. It's just like it just feels like every other story they aren't, but they are though. Like there's this new, like I'm on the website right now. There's a new DC series came out. Batman Gargoyle of Gotham. That's another one. Like, why is that? Like, why? For what reason? For what reason? Why they even needed that? Oh, we need another story of Batman we need another story of Batman, but this time he's a gargoyle. Like I just recently learned that Action Comics and Superman are not even the same whatchamacallit. Then there's the Absolute series that are coming out. You know what I'm saying? Because they need another universe. That literally just ended. But the point is that it still existed in the first place. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like I feel like you don't care about I feel like you don't really care about what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's the fact that it was made in the first place. Why is it there? What's the point? Because Gargoyle of Gotham was ordered to be made by DC in conjunction with the new Batman movie. Oh. But why does the new Batman movie need that? That's what I'm saying. Why does the new Batman movie even need something like that, bro? Like we can't just have the new Batman movie be connected to the Batman that's already kind of out. We just have to do another retelling of Batman. Shoot, I'm not about to watch that movie. I'm tired of reimaginings. I'm tired of retellings. I'm tired of like, non-canon filler alternative viewpoints. I'm tired of that. Give me the plot. Just give me the normal plot. Give me the A to Z plot. Dang. Like, I don't understand how people can like that stuff. I don't understand how like people can like that sort of thing. That's just that's never been a thing that I can enjoy. That's just annoying. What are you invited me to? What is this? I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Very funny. I didn't even know you were still here, Jovi. How come you never put a hand in the chat when I ask who's still up in here? Hands in the chat. Who's still up in here right now? I keep on asking this question. Nobody ever does. I know Mystical is up in here. I know give me a second. I'm reading something. I didn't hear you ask that earlier. Oh, I did. It was probably like really quick though. A lot of people really don't, like I said, it's really easy to miss, but I do be asking that. It's like, who's still all up in here? And it's like, everybody but I do know that people like to lurk, but it's like, it's weird. My haters haven't popped up lately either. I find that a little questionable. It's like my haters haven't popped up in a while, but it's like I'm pretty sure if I bring attention to them, they'll pop up. I probably shouldn't. The stuff is canon. It's just separate from the main continuity. I don't care. I don't care. I am tired of stuff being separate from the main continuity. I don't care. I do not want to see. I don't want to see it. That's not something that I care about. That's not something that I value. I'm not trying to put my focus into that. Give me the story or give me nothing. Shoot, that's why I don't like. That's why I don't really, like I said, I don't partake in a lot of stuff like that anymore. I don't partake in a lot of fiction that has source material because they just do whatever they want. They just modify the story. I'm ready for the day where they just give me a blonde Batgirl. They're just gonna give me a blonde Batgirl. I'll be like, yeah, well, I mean, we just decided to go a completely different direction. And I'm just gonna be sitting here like, it's right there. The source material is right there. Why is she blonde? We wouldn't have anything then. I don't care. Give me story or give me nothing. You can, like I said, you can like it. That's clearly we're gonna have like we're not gonna see eye to eye on this. You want the story to be a certain way. I want the story to be another way. I'm just genuinely tired of like stories being manipulated and being like, no. Like just give me something or give me nothing, Something sinking ships. Something ships. Something else. Something else. I don't know that song, but it's stuck inside my head. There are endings to the stories. They just ignore the alternate works altogether. I'm tired of alternate works. I am tired of alternate works. I am tired of seeing alternate works. I am tired of alternate stories. I'm tired of alternate retellings. I am tired of that. I don't want that. I'm sick of it. Be like One Piece. One Piece is just one long story. One Piece is just one really long story. Why can't we just have that? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with just one long story? Something and something else, and something else, and something else, and something through the night, something else. I don't know. There are endings to the stories. Just ignore the alternate works altogether. I am ignoring all the alternate works. I'm just tired of them existing. Like, why can't you just have an original? Why can't you just have a long story without alternate works, without alternate retellings? Why you have to like rewrite the story? Don't care. Like, just like I'm a happier person knowing that I will never see them. Do you see people angry at a story being over? Do you not see people angry at a story being over 1,000 chapters? Same with Conan. I don't care about those people. They don't like reading. One Piece is literally over 1,000 chapters, and it's like one of the greatest. It's like one of the greatest things ever seen. Shoot, deal with it. This is so bad. That's not even true. One Piece has alternate one shots. Do they? Does it? I don't know. I've never seen it. The One Piece Dragon Ball crossover. I don't care about that. The Toriko crossover. Don't care about that either. But the overall story of One Piece, the actual story, the actual meaningful story of One Piece is over 1,000 chapters. These stupid loud things. Something chicken chips. Something chips. Something and something thicker. Why is that stupid song in my head, man? The actual meaningful stories of those comics are there. The actual meaning story of a Toriko crossover with One Piece, yes, that's totally meaningful. That's totally relevant to the plot because Toriko is definitely going to show up in the One Piece storyline at some point. It's going to happen, just not anytime soon. Oh yeah, Toriko is just going to randomly pop up and be like, I'm hungry, and I don't know, eat something, or like I don't know, eat a piece of Kaido or something. Yeah, that's totally relevant, totally necessary. Maybe you should just focus on what you like and not concern yourself with things that others may enjoy. I'm not. He's the one who started this conversation, not me. One Piece is so long, but I love watching it. Exactly. And the thing is, there's a lot of other series out there that do this exact same thing. I think Fairy Tail is another one. What was it? Fairy Tail's one. What's that other, like Toriko? I mean, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is like one of my personal favorite. Like Doom Patrol, which you read. Okay. Once again, like, what is the conversation you're trying to have here? Like, bro, like, are you trying to get me to appreciate these stupid alternative takes on the series? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't read Doom Patrol anymore. I don't read Doom Patrol anymore because the Niles Calder guy, he ticks me off. Neither is Toriko. Fairy Tail. It's not about them being long. It's the fact that they're a story that they're a story from one point to another point. It's a story. There's no diversions. There's no alternative retellings. There's nothing like that. It's literally just the story. The story has an A and the story has a Z. The story went from here to here, and it didn't go all over here in order to get to here. It just went here and then it went here. At no point did the main character, at no point was there ever like the main character ever that's like rewritten for the sake of like appreciating some alternative viewpoint because somebody just wanted to turn their fanfic into canon or whatever. No, just ignore them while enjoying the main stories written by those writers. Why you seem to just need to stick with paperback trades? Okay, but that's the thing. I am ignoring them. I don't participate in those things, which is ultimately, like I've said multiple times before, how often do you see me even talk about like most works of fiction? Like one of the few things I like about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is that it's a different series every time, but there's still a main point that everybody follows. And the JoJo's are all connected in some fashion. They're all like in some way like related to each other, and the stories are almost always canon. Like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure can do it. Why can't no other story do that? You know why? Because they're lazy. I'm not trying to read anything that doesn't have the same format as JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You're gonna make a long story? Cool. You're gonna end it? Cool. Like, relate the stories together. Give me something that won't distract away from the main plot. So sick of these stupid distractions. Yeah, but it's him, but not really. Screw you. Part 7 is a separate continuity, though. It is, but it isn't. It's still connected to Part 6 because Part 6 literally changed the universe. It's still related to the Part 6 and 7 are related because Part 6 literally zapped the whole universe. Because of what's that dude's name? I forgot his name. Who was the bad guy in Part 6? It wasn't Weather Report, it was his brother. Araki confirmed that's not the case. Well, now I hate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You'll never see me talk about it again. I'm tired of this. I'm so sick of this crap. Nope, never again. I am done. I'm done with it. That wasn't the case? You mean to tell me that the universe didn't just revamp? He just decided to just do another stupid multiverse thing? Okay, that's fine. I'm done with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm glad I stopped reading that shit. I didn't want to curse. Like, I don't mess with fiction no more. I don't like fiction because of crap like that. I'm not going to partake in fiction if that's something that I have to deal with on a regular basis. I'm sick of that. That stuff gets on my nerves. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry if I'm getting quiet. I'm playing this game right now. And I'm just trying to be as precise as I can. This game is annoyingly specific. Show of hands, who's still up in here, by the way? I know Mystical and Bane the Reckoning are, but I don't know if Jovi still is. And who is this fourth person? Living in the sunlight, living in the sunlight, having a wonderful time. Is nobody saying anything, or is the chat just frozen? Yep, nobody's saying anything. Okay. Having a wonderful time. At least I got to worry about SpongeBob not being the same SpongeBob. We still here. Word. Living in the sunlight, something, something, something. Having a wonderful time, dun, dun. The way that guy died is actually very scary. Like, I did some research into like Tiny Tim, and is like apparently he was like in denial about how he was going to die. Yeah, I think he died on camera or like during a performance or something. Well, welcome back, RC. Yeah, Teddy Tim died on stage. He, I forget how, I forget what happened, but I think he was like in denial about his health or something, and he went to go like perform, and he passed out on stage, and I think he died like right there. But I forget that. But yeah, like that song from the first episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. Like he was the guy who was singing that song, and yeah, he died. But like I forget. I think it was either he died on camera or died during a performance or something like that. But yeah, every single time I think about that song, it's like I'm consistently reminded. Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died on stage while performing. Tiny Tim. I just want to kick my car like crazy and throw things at it. Stupid check engine, like, oh, okay. Bro, your life is just a vibe, talking and chilling. Yeah, that's the whole point, man. That's the whole point. And I feel like that's every live could be this. If every live could ultimately be this, if like, people care to do it. Sorry to hear that, RC. I kind of hope that your situation gets a little bit better, but there's a website called How a Car Works. There's always something, and I don't know why. Well, yeah, cars suck, dude. Cars in general suck, man. Like I'm not even like I admire your tolerance. I really kind of wish that like people will understand that like the hyper dependency on cars is a reason enough to like just sort of like push towards a better public transit system in general. Like public transit in America should not be terrible. We definitely like need to do better with like how we get around as a people. Because like in other countries, I know like in Europe, you can literally go from country to country by train. Like people be in like Budapest and be like, well, I'm going to go to Italy or something. And it's like a 3-hour train trip. A car never goes our year without whining. Well, of course not. Bad as the city is, our workers need real hazard pay. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not denying that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Public transit in America should like really be like that should be like an actual discussion in the American political sense too, because like it's kind of ridiculous that as a society we still need cars to get around, but our cars are always in bad shape, and it's done like that on purpose, just so like car manufacturers and car dealerships can make more money fixing up on the cars. Is like it's always something. There's always something. Some train workers up here got shot and injured during morning commutes. Yeah, that's terrible. God, that's awful. That's what I'm saying. Like it should never like it should. That's ridiculous. That's funny. Somebody said the original God of War games took place in Greece. Why does he only participate in bedtime activity with women? It has to also be safe. Boston has one of the best systems, but there's too many lunatics. Yeah, I get that. I agree with that because yeah, it is there definitely does need to, I mean there should be discussions dedicated to like, like public transit, and also like there is a lot of people who do take public transit who are usually kind of unhinged in some fashion. It's very possible. It's like, but it definitely does like like it really is kind of messed up that in the society that we live in, this is like still a problem. Like just being able to physically go places is still an issue. It's like, yeah, like public it's weird because ultimate it's like we have transit police and they're always patrol outside in their SUVs when they need to be undercover on the trains. God dog, don't tell me that don't tell me that the transit police are scared of like people that are on transit. That sounds like a we legit fear these people type ordeal. That's crazy. I didn't even know there was such thing as transit police. Like you just learned me something. They say that they have put more security guard and police traffic on transit lines to offer security and possibly prevent so much human on human mayhem. Well, I mean, it's an attempt for sure. Sounds like you guys need a Mamdani. A man was being inappropriate towards a teenager last week, and when another man stepped in, he pulled out a or a knife, and it happened at downtown Crossing. Where were the police? That's that's content. I mean, not the event itself, but like asking that question, that should definitely be like something that you should. As much as I hate to say it like that, it's like as much as I kind of hate to say it like that, but yeah, that's essentially content. You should definitely like ask about that for sure. Have you seen those videos where a bunch of people in costumes run in to try to catch a train? I have not seen that before. That's a new one to me. Like that's a thing that people do. I grew up in a big city and a big state, Chicago and Minneapolis, and each of them have their affairs with criminal activities. Yeah, I mean, the bigger the city, the bigger the city and the bigger the state, then yeah, I mean, that is definitely that sounds about right. I think it's just because of the fact that big cities have a lot of tourism that goes along, and people are like, let's rob the tourists. But I've never seen that before. People in costumes trying to catch a train. Is that like some sort of prank thing, or is that like a meme or something? Feels like everything is a meme nowadays. It's a planned event. The people are hanging out outside, and the guy yells, "Here comes the train." Have you heard what the impoverished and thugged out people in Memphis do every day? I live in the hood. I'm pretty sure that's not that much different from what they do over here. I mean, there will always be a crime, but as someone who grew up in the hood and on the transit system, it's got to be back. It's got to be, BS crazy after the pandemic. I do whatever I can not to ride on it anymore. They all start running to catch it. That's crazy. That's why people love robbing tourists. The unemployed and impoverished thugs in Memphis to those who have employment. Talk about being butt backwards. Yeah, like I said, I live in the hood. It's not that. I'm pretty sure the impoverished and the like. I wouldn't say the impoverished because I'm impoverished and I wouldn't do anything like that. But I will say like the malicious, no, the malicious types. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it does suck out here. It does suck. I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not ignoring that for sure. But yeah, I can only imagine how much it sucks. But that's wild. It's like people just in costumes just running towards like I don't understand stuff like that. Like with everything sucks right now. And it's like everything sucks. And the annoying thing is that there's people out there just trying to make everything worse. The unemployed talking about being but backwards. How down bad would you have to be to let me operate on demon time? I would do anything I could to not have to perform criminal type elements. Yeah, some people are just some people are just inclined to just want to ruin things. I couldn't answer that question for you, but I do know that I feel like some people just will want to ruin things just because they're not in a good mood anyway. Like it's kind of annoying that like we do live in a world where people are just like actively like just pursuing, making life miserable for other people just because they're bored or because they're in a bad spot. I mean, it's not really that impossible. Like I said, I lived in the hood. I live in the hood currently, so it's like, I mean, it's not, I mean, life just like, there's some people out there who, like, that's the reason why I always say like people who like make other people miserable are privileged because of the fact that like with everything that's going on nowadays, everybody is kind of like in a really bad spot. So it's like if you can acknowledge that everybody is going through some tough times and you want to like, and a person wants to make somebody like even more miserable, they're privileged. Like, because why else would you do this? I always say bullies are privileged. That's a hill. That's a mountain I'm standing on. Because there's no other reason to be this way other than like you just feel like you can because nothing bad happens to you. Like if you lack empathy, it's because you don't really like have empathy. And empathy is definitely like a result of just not having anything bad happen to you. Or not being traumatized, so to speak. That's just my perspective. It's just like, you just never really had the opportunity. You never really like been traumatized to a point where you can actually like see things from a certain perspective. And because you haven't seen things from a certain perspective, whatever. Like that's my logic on it though. But yeah, like I don't respect people like that anyway. It's like, bro, everybody is suffering right now. Why are you trying to make things worse? Because I am bored and evil. God. One of the biggest reasons why I never wanted to commit, like because I was raised in the hood and I had like a lot of friends who was like gangsters and stuff like that, I thought that I was supposed to be a gangster because everybody else was. And then the gangsters that I knew was like, nah, man, you got a future. You can read, you wear glasses. And they was like, they never like let me hang out with them. That plus they always thought that I was going to rat them out, which is like, that wasn't going to ever be the case because it's like, you guys are my friends. Why would I rat you guys out? But, but they also did it for like the noble reason too. And it was just like one of those things that just sort of like made me think to myself, this entire thing is just from people who just 100% believe that they have nowhere else to go in life. And I kind of hate that approach. To life because like a lot of people really just a lot of people check out of life at like 40. That's one thing I also picked up on. Like a lot of people really do just be checking out like at 40 years old. Like they just like, they like, well, I haven't done what I wanted to do since I was 40. So I may as well just give up and I may as well just give up at life, and it's like, no, dude, like that's stupid. But it's like, there's so many, it's like, because like here I am, like I said, I want to be a professional wrestler. Here I am, I'm pushing 40. I wanted to be a professional wrestler. I'm sore. I'm sore from training. I did a really bad job a couple of days ago at training, and I'm still gonna go because I still want to be a professional wrestler. My body is beat up, and I am tired. I am exhausted from all the work that I had to do before that, but I'm still gonna do it. Like, but there's some people out there, like once they hit 40 years old, they're like, I can't do nothing, so I'm just gonna do nothing. And once they do that, they just like, I still got it. It's like the problem with choosing to do nothing is that you still have to do something. And people find themselves being like, well, I can't do something, so I may as well do another thing. And the problem with doing another thing is the other thing is usually something bad or something that just sort of like makes you feel bad. At 40 years old, you still have 28 years before you're eligible for retirement. That's almost as long as I've been alive. That's more than enough time to keep pushing. Exactly. And that's the kind of thing that I know is like a lot of people, they just give up at 40. It's like 40 years old comes around, they're just like game over. That's it. And that should never be the case. And that kind of bums me out because it's like, why, and I feel like that's kind of like why there's so many people out there who just do like so much terrible stuff is because they really do feel like their life kind of went nowhere in their 30s. So they just kind of have to kind of like, compensate. They have to overcompensate for what they feel like is years of failure. How's it going? God, man. One thing I hate about being sick in America is that like I don't know if it's something small or something big. But like every time I cough, it's like I'm just thinking to myself, is this the one? Is this the one? I look good for 40? Thank you. I'm trying my best to make myself feel good at 40, try my best to make myself feel good. But yeah, every single time I cough, I'm like thinking to myself, is this going to be it? Is this the one? We doing this? We doing this? We down today? Every time I cough, my brain is like, is this game over? Is this going to be the one? I remember when I was 40. Yeah, that was yesterday. She's talking about, I remember when I was 40. You're a vampire. You were 40 years old yesterday. Oh, man. But nah, like, but that's what I'm saying though, is that like people, I do feel like people just tend to like just sort of feel like they have to give up after like a certain age. And it's like you shouldn't have to give up. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have to feel like your life is forfeit at 40 years old, because it's like, you know, I've seen women in their 50s and they're beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I've seen people who are like, you know, this, like, I did not know that Bernie Sanders was like Maury, y'all know the y'all know Maury, the guy, the You're Not the Father guy. He's like 87 or 86. He's in his 80s. Maury Povich, the guy who the You Are Not the Father guy, he's 80 something. No, hold on. Let me look that up. Give me 1 second, because I might be wrong about that. Maury Povich is 87 years old. To put this in perspective, when Jerry Springer died, he was 79. I'll be 50 next year. Okay, you keep telling yourself that. This absolute beautiful specimen here. That just messed this thing up. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Jovi says that she's like 50, but I'll never believe it, because as long as I've known her, she looks young. It's like, it's hard to tell. It's like it's always messing me up just how young she actually like presents herself off to be.
Have not.
Joey does not look 50. I say that all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're at this time right now where being old is not even like old anymore. Like, when I was growing up, being old meant when I was growing up and you were like you're in your 50s, you were having a tough time walking. You were wrinkly, like, you know. But then again, when I was growing up, people smoked. Like, people smoked religiously. Like, people were smoking like crazy. So it was like and because everybody was smoking, everybody looked older. Like, I don't think people smoke as much as they did back in the day. But as like, you know, but because of that, I mean, yeah, everybody looks young. Once again, Maury Povich is 87 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's 87. I feel like that means something, you know? She looks she looks very young, maybe younger than that. She looks 28. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's what I say. It's all in the smile too. She's happily melanated. That's what that is. She's happily melanated, and I'm 47 or 48 in my profile picture. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Happily melanated. That's what I'm calling it. When you're in good high spirits, when you're in good high spirits like that, it shows. Also, she has amazing hair too. I gotta put cucumbers on my eyelids. Shoot. That reminds me, I gotta start getting back on my working out thing. But yeah, man. Like in this day and age, being old is like a completely different concept. Like I really do feel like it's really, really easy to just sort of forget that like being old was like when I was younger, being old was very different. Like I said, when you were in your 50s, you had a tough time standing up. You had a tough time walking. You were wrinkly. It was really kind of like, and I feel like another thing too is that like that was kind of like pushed by. I feel like that was an agenda. There was definitely an agenda against old age when I was growing up too, because they really tried to make it seem like being old was gross and disgusting, and rather than like it was, they made it like who the. I don't think 50 is old. It's just middle age. Yeah, but I'm talking about like when I was younger. I do remember a time where like I do remember a time when I was younger, there was an agenda being pushed against like getting older, because people would be like, especially from women, it was like, once a woman, like, once a woman hits 26 years old, she's too old, right? And that was like a thing that was a thing that they pushed that I remember growing up. It was like, once a woman turns 30, it's like, oh, she's old enough to be a mother, kind of thing. It's like, so I remember, I don't know if this is still a thing, but like I remember growing up, it's like if you were over the age of 30 and you didn't have kids, there was a whole "what are you doing with your life" type deal, and it was kind of wild. It was wild. Like I know I ain't crazy. This was a thing that was pushed back then, but it was like but that was definitely a thing back then. But like I said, everybody also smoked, so it was like. And I can't go through the night. Dun, 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 dun. Rising stars and second chips. Something chips. Why is that stupid song in my head, bro? I hate that. I don't think 50 is old. But yeah, like I said though, that was definitely a thing back in the day that really kind of got on. That really kind of bugged me a little bit because like they really try to push like getting older. Like that was it was a crazy agenda against like getting older. I remember that. That was like they really wanted to hammer it home that being old was a bad thing. And it's like one thing I liked about anime was that like one thing I really liked about anime was how they really pushed the narrative that like being old actually made you like cooler or tougher or like just smarter. It didn't make you wrinkly and confusing and bewildered about these newfangled devices. It was they really did try to they really said, you know what, nah, the old sensei is a genius. Shout out to Master Roshi and Tung Fu Ru. Man, I feel old. Does anybody even know who Tung Fu Ru is? Show of hands, who knows who Tung Fu Ru is? I understand if y'all don't know who he is. He's a video game character from like SNK, but like he was a guy who inspired Master Roshi. Because if I ever see like Master Roshi, he gets from like skinny old man to like really buff, and that's Tung Fu Ru's whole thing is that like he's an old man, but like I think it's like if you mash the punch button, he just gets really big and he shoots a like, oh man, hold on. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to show him up. Just when you get a chance, just look up Tung Fu Ru if you're interested in like Tung Fu Ru video game character. Man, SNK has some cool games, bro. I don't even think SNK is even doing anything anymore. Did Bane of Reckoning just leave? I do know I can set him off sometimes. I do know I can agitate him, but homie didn't even say bye if he did. And I can't go through the night. Something else. Something else. Bro, come on. Don't tell me I just ruined this dang thing. Okay. Oh, God. That sounds terrible. I'll type his name in the chat. Hold on. There you go. Look him up to your heart's content. Because I'm too lazy to. Wow, I'm too lazy to type. Am I tired? God. By the way, Mia, I don't want to get into your business, but how's the baby doing? Oh, God. SNK just made a new Fatal Fury. Oh, I thought he was gone. Oh, That's the Fatal Fury. That's the one with he's doing great. I'm glad to hear it. That's the one with Terry, right? City of the Wolves. Okay, yeah, that's definitely one with Terry. You can't talk about Terry without talking about Wolves, man. I'm glad to hear that, OGB. Really hope that, I'm really glad that the little guys do it okay. SNK, yeah, SNK making a new Fatal Fury. Is that for the system? Yo. The new Fatal Fury is a direct sequel to Garo. Okay, you talking about Garo, Mark of the Wolves? Yeah, with Friedman and Kushnut Butt and trying to remember the other characters. What was it? Jackie Ryan or something Ryan? I remember Mark of the Wolves. I actually did pretty good in that game. Trying to remember the characters now because it was Kevin Ryan. Kevin Ryan. Yeah, I'm Rock Howard too. I didn't really focus too much on him because I know he's supposed to be like Terry Bogart's adopted son. Yeah, Terry. Yeah, Terry's a good dude for that. I ain't lying. Rocking studs and stacking chips. Something chips. God, I hate that song. My pockets been thicker. Something. I gotta listen to the end of that song so I can get it out of my head. I'll probably do it after the live is over. Because Street Fighter is confirmed connected to Fatal Fury. Terry and Kid are friends. That sounds about right. Both blonde-haired Americans who can throw hands. If I'm not mistaken, I think Ken is supposed to be going through some stuff, right? Ken is supposed to be like.
Ladies.
It just means that at some point we're going to end up getting the SNK and Capcom versus SNK thing again. Let's go. Let's do it. More of that ridiculousness. I can't go through the night. Something that's so.
Take a shot or did you?
No, go ahead, man. Ryu is the bum. Turns out he's actually rich from all the tournament he wins. That sounds about right. Like all he does is fight, so it's like, I mean, yeah, he has to get some kind of money from it. Also, fiction really should. I feel like if you're a big fan of fiction, fiction is political. Fiction is like undoubtedly and unabashedly political, because imagine all the stuff that they do in fiction and works in fiction, and like that cost. And think about how much that stuff would cost in real life. Like these cats could literally just go from city to city if they wanted to, and not have to worry about gas or nothing. It's like if that doesn't radicalize you, I don't know what does, man. These people can literally go from like city to city and not have to worry about gas payments or nothing. Screw that. Gal hates Kid even though they're brothers-in-law. Wait, what do you mean? How are they brothers-in-law? What is this? Are you talking about? That's so weird. Like, did Gal marry Kid's? No, hold on. Did Kid marry Gal's sister? What's going on? I guess they had to put the blonde Americans together in some way. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Gal is American too. Is this all connected to the SNK game or what? Kid's wife are sisters. Okay. Okay, so Kid's wife is Gal's sister. I didn't even know Kid got married. They softened Geese a bit. With the SNK game about to make you mad, they softened Geese a bit. Why would that make me mad? Like Geese has been killed before. Of course, he better soften up after that. I mean, like, what are they going to do? Like, do they introduce a new bad guy or what's going on? He actually loves Rock. He sent him away so he wouldn't turn out like him. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like something that they do. That's a thing in Japan that I noticed too. It's like an evil guy is like going, "Don't turn out like me" kind of scenario. or like his kid. It's always like something like that. Because I think Heihachi was kind of doing that for. I want to say Heihachi was trying to do that for Kazuya too, right? By the way, do y'all use y'all phones to watch my live? Like when my live is up, do y'all use your crosshairs back? Oh God. Does he have the piece? Does he have his piece still? For those who don't know, Wolfgrave Crosser was one of the most challenging bosses in SNK, bro. That dude, he pulled out a shotty on you. Everybody else up in here uses straight hands, and this dude out here just pulls out a shotty, and you're just sitting here like, what am I supposed to do, bro? Heihachi is evil after second eight. Yeah, that's expected. I mean, just look at him. I don't know if I believe he actually has any good in him. Well, yeah, he's Heihachi. That's kind of expected. I'd be more surprised if he was good. I mean, just look at him. He's, yeah, like. It's like, who the villain Sim's going to fall in love with if Heihachi isn't evil? You know? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is that like, if I'm not mistaken, like, is Tekken still gold? That's one thing I kind of enjoy. Like Tekken always kind of like sort of bugged me a little bit too. I think, like I said, should he? It's weird that the Double G really did just skip a generation. If I would say Hachi, I'd feel a little slighted by that too. Like, no lie. Like, you mean to tell me that they get it, but I don't? If there's anybody in this family who should be the devil, do y'all not know what? Did y'all not see what I did to this kid? I threw him down a volcano. How How am I not? That should have been a sketch. I really, man, I'm coming up with some of my best ideas at random. I could have totally did that too. And Crosser has a kid. Yeah, Crosser always had a kid. It was oh wait, no wait, Leona was it? No, it was Leona, right? No, yeah, Wolfgang Crosser's kid. That was Leona, wasn't it? No, that's Hyder. That's Hyder, huh? Okay, no wait, no, Crosser always had a kid. Who was Crosser's kid? He always had a kid, didn't he? Am I thinking of who am I thinking of? Who am I, bro? What's I know I ain't tripping. I just used to follow this stupid lore, man. Like, come on, bro. What? Also, a really random observation about myself. I was always curious about Steven Universe, but I never wanted to watch it. Believe it or not, the Mishiba family didn't start the game. Kazuya's mother was the one who had it. Didn't start the gene. Kazuya's mother was the one who had it. Kazuya's mom was the one. Wait, it wasn't the Mishibas? Yo, wait. So Kazuya's mom was a devil? I guess that's why she was so high. Ah, ah. Did, get it? Because hell is high. The joke is that hell is high. And if she has the devil gene, that means that she is hot because she could have been in hell. That's the joke. Get it? And also, it could also be like a double entendre because she's also could be considerably physically attractive. Because a lot of people will say that physical attraction is hotness as well. That's the joke. So just in case nobody got it, you know what I'm saying? So like, but that just if she had the double G, I guess that means that she was kind of high. Ah, yeah. Hahachi is so evil, his devil possessed wife won't stop. Once again, hey, real quick, how do y'all watch my lives? Do y'all watch them through the phone? Because y'all be typing mad slow over here sometimes. And like I'm starting to think that a lot of y'all be in a chat with your thumbs. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that, like, I just would like to know so I kind of know how to do that. Seriously, nope. Seriously, like, nah, I killed with that joke. I crushed it with that joke. That joke was funny. What is wrong with it? Nah, y'all. I'm funny. That was funny. Oh God. Manny. That was the joke, and that joke was funny. So how was my night? I survived it. You know that I survived it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're asking about like last night, it was okay, I guess. I mean, nothing really happened. I stayed at home. I'm actually kind of bummed out because I was offered to go trading yesterday. I was offered to go trading on Friday and then go to a wrestling show on Saturday. And I basically was so tired that I just didn't go to either of them. I just like stayed at home the entire time. I kept on going in and out of sleep, and I felt kind of weak. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I felt like really weak for the past couple of days. I genuinely was like, but it's also because I worked out. I guess it was just my body just saying, yo, we haven't done that in a while. We should rest up. But it was like, I'm still kind of, so it's like, but I basically dedicated this weekend to just resting. And it's like, and while I was resting, I realized now I'm just thinking to myself, man, this must be how my dad felt like every day when he came back home from work. Because my dad, like, it's like, this must be how every dad feels when they come back home from work, just tired, just wanting to go lay down somewhere. Joker, if you have to explain the joke, there is no joke. I have that some people don't understand the joke. I have to explain the joke so that way they can understand it and laugh at it even more. That's the joke. On my phone. Yeah, that explains it then. That's why, that explains it then. Because, bro, y'all need to, start watching me on y'all computer screens, man. Also, the Jason David Frank's final movie is coming out. I'm really happy to see that. It's gonna really make me depressed because Jason David Frank is no longer with us, so he'll never really see his movie make it to production. It's just that hurts. That's gonna hurt a lot. I wonder if my homegirl Fossey is gonna be in it. She was Jason David Frank's homie. On my phone. Yeah, that's why. Y'all really like I said, when y'all do when y'all be thumping it, y'all be really slow. How long have I been on here for? Holy crap. Over 3 hours? Okay, cool. So live isn't kicking me out yet. That's dope. That's dope. Another reason why I'd be trying to just only go by 2 hours is because I don't want my stuff to what's what I'm looking for. I don't want it to kick me off like it used to do. And I don't know if it will or won't. So I've just been trying to be careful lately. If you had to explain the joke, there is no joke over phone. Okay. I need to work on my obliques too, man. You know what? I'm gonna try to do some oblique workouts while I'm talking to y'all. Just a little bit of here. Here. Okay. There's a little something to get them engaged. So I got to go right back to trading tomorrow, and I got to do this all over again. Hopefully I don't die. Ugh, man. Also, I'm genuinely happy about the fact that I want to take this time to kind of like, I never really got a chance to actually make a video about it, but I really wanted to. Thanks for the 2,086 subscribers. I'm genuinely surprised at how many people that is in comparison to like maybe a month ago. It's crazy that this channel is like slowly growing, and I keep thinking to myself, oh, it's haters popping up just to give me a rough time. And it's like, but now I'm starting to think that it's not. I'm starting to think that people are actually just coming across my channel and they think that I'm cool or they think that I'm okay, and they're actually just giving me a shot. And I'm very thankful for that, because that's random. I would have never known that. I would have never suspected that ever. But it's still, but it's nice to see though. Also, y'all know that YouTube kind of does that thing that Facebook does, where you can like leave comments on somebody's profile. I'm gonna show y'all how to do that real quick, because I like to think that that's another way y'all can kind of like engage with me on here. Give me a sec. I thought you said you was going to the gym. Won't be trying to get me to fight him. Okay, so I'm gonna go on my profile real quick. Hopefully y'all can see it. You have to go to trading. Again, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just, I'm ready for it, but at the same time, like the guy who does it is very, very, very cardio driven, and it's really intense. It's really intense because he does a lot of cardio, and I'm fat, so it's like, I kind of have to work with, I got to work with the cardio, and my body be giving out, but I'm getting better at it, or at least I can feel myself getting better at it. But at the same time, it's like a +2 increase is still just 2, But like, I want to believe that I'm doing better. I want to believe that I'm getting better. I'm just it's just like I said, it's just really intense. But yeah. But another thing too, so there's this thing on YouTube where you can like actually leave comments and stuff on people's like profiles and things like that. I want to show y'all how to do that, because I kind of want y'all to do this with me when y'all can. So when y'all go to my profile, you see everything that's going on over here. Also, congrats to Kari for getting more than 100 subscribers. Let's go. But yeah, you see where it says community right here? I feel like y'all should be able to see that. And when it says community, y'all can like just press that, and when y'all do, it just shows a whole bunch. It shows, you can like literally like type in on, you can go to the community and just basically like type in something in there, and I should be able to see it. So when y'all get the chance, just do that for me. I have a lot of muscle. Yeah, I have a lot. It just shows up. Okay, my arms look big because I'm underneath a really good light right now. Hold on. I promise y'all, I'm not doing this to flex. I'm just here to show something real quick. But like, my arms look like this because I'm underneath a really good light source right now. But my arm actually looks my arm is actually normal size. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're underneath a reasonably nice looking light, your arms could probably look like this too. But like my stomach, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, my stomach, like, if I take off my shirt, I just look like another fat guy. if I take off my shirt, I just look like another fat dude. That's the reason why. And I'm also like hairy too, so it's like that's nobody wants to see that, boy. No, but I would say ask Jovi, but then again, don't because context matters. But yeah, but it's like I'll say this. I'll say this. I'm out of shape cardio wise. Like I could probably knock out. I can knock out 20 push-ups for sure. I can knock out 20 push-ups because I like out of boredom. But like I can't run a mile. Does that make sense? Ask me what? Oh, I was gonna about me being fat. Also, shout out to Jovi for still being up in here. I really appreciate that. You're not fat. You see me with the. Right. You know what? If Jovi says so, I gotta go off of that. I'll go off of that. Uh, I I was expecting something different. Okay, but normally I'm not wrong about this. Okay. Shout out to Jovi. Also, does everybody here use their phones to? Does everybody here use their phones to watch my lives? Like, are all y'all watching do your phones? I appreciate it, but it's like, you know. I am. I'm what? You look pretty in shape. You look pretty in shape. Is trading hard? Yes, it is. Trading is definitely challenging for me, but that's only because it's cardio and I'm not good at cardio. I can, like I said, I can probably like I'm not really, what's what I'm looking for. I'm not in great shape. Like I get winded really quickly. I get winded like really quickly, and I think it's just like my breathing is bad, and my breathing like I'm congested right now a little bit actually, but my breathing is bad. Plus, like I don't really do a lot of cardio. Like I said, I get tired like really quick, and I'm proud of that. So I just sort of chalk it up to the possibility that I could be fat. So I just assume that I'm fat. So, but like I said, it's just mostly because of the fact that it's like the thing is younger me could do the stuff. Like if I was younger, I could totally like everything they need me to do. I could do right. I could do almost monstrously well. But like, now it's a bit of a problem because, like I said, I'm pushing 40, but also because I haven't done it in a while, I just kind of got to get back into it. I think that I'm improving, but I don't know for sure because it doesn't feel like improvement because I'm still getting tired. Like the progress is slow. I'll say it like that. I'm using my phone. Okay. I think that Jovi looks pretty amazing. Also, don't say that about yourself. Jovi looks great. Like Jovi is a very beautiful woman. Yes, cardio. Yeah, cardio is like intense, man. Like cardio is intense. It's like I think the thing too is like one thing I learned about cardio is it's all about how you breathe. You know what I say? Like if you can breathe through it, if there's a way to breathe through it. So like because like the thing about cardio with me is my legs get tired. But the body part that I'm working on gets tired. And if I breathe in enough, I can like breathe some untiredness into the part that is getting tired. It's complicated, but it's like your breathing is really important. But the problem is that like I breathe like maybe out of one nostril. Like, I breathe out of one nostril sometimes. Like I'll get congested or I get clogged up. And because of that, it really affects how I'm doing things because like I said, my breathing really is my breathing that kind of gets me. And it's like, because I have a tough time breathing through my nose, I have to breathe out of my mouth instead. And that makes it all the more challenging. It's like, I know like in yoga, they that's the thing in yoga that they do. But yeah, like I know it's about how you breathe. But yeah, cardio is intense, and that's basically a big part of training. It's essentially a big part of wrestling, but uh, it's intense every time, dude. But yeah, also Jovi does look amazing. She's a very pretty lady. Smart too. Ow, 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 ow. You're sweet for saying that. Yeah, it's like I'm just pointing out the obvious. I think everybody knows that. What's my dream with training? Uh, are you asking me what my dream is with training? Well, at this point now, I'm just hoping that I can finish without hoping that I can finish without making a fool out of myself. Like that's the goal now is just to finish and not and not look ridiculous. You know, I'm very self conscious when I get there too because I always feel like I'm doing a terrible job, and it's like I don't know if I am or not. It's like, but the way I see it is that like every single day where I actually it, complete it is a day where I can say, I did okay. That's my point right now. So the goal is to just finish and just get my journey going, get my journey started. But I won't lie to you, it's intense. It's very intense. Like I'm actively like trying to eat a little bit better, just so I can like I'm actually am actively trying to eat better, just so I could get back in shape. But like I ain't gonna lie, I haven't eaten fast food in a while, and I'm starting to miss it. So like there's a I do eat like vegan food. I do eat vegan food, and vegan food is good, at least to me. But it's like in my brain it's like they be advertising a new sandwich from like fast food place, and I'd be like, I try to get in shape, I try to stay in shape, trying to stay in shape. Like so, I've been trying to drink water. I've been trying to drink more water, and like the thing is that like I can't go cold turkey with my eating habits either. I can't just stop doing it. I have to ultimately slow down on it, which is what I've been doing. So it's like I haven't. So it's like I find myself eating I find myself eating less of the stuff that I should be eating, and eat more of the stuff that I should be eating. I think my biggest problem is that like I'm very like like I love sandwiches. I love like fast food. So I've been eating that like in moderation, like a lot less. But I've also been eating like fruits and veggies and stuff. Keep focusing on your goals. That's the plan, man. So how you been? How you been, by the way, Mystical? You been doing okay? I would do. I really went this whole time. I think I asked you if you were doing okay, right? Did I? I don't want to make it seem like I don't want to be like inconsiderate or nothing like that. It's like I don't want you thinking that. It's like I don't want you thinking that I just completely ignored your whatever you got going on. Oh boy. Dang it. I think I drank a little too much water. I'm starting to feel that stuff hit my kidneys. You know, I think I've been on here for a nice long little minute now. Doing pretty cool, and I'm good. Can't complain. I can dig it. I can dig it, man. You know, I see you. I see you out there making your content. I really am. Really am glad to see that you kind of like working on it. I definitely would like to know, like, is Bay still in here? He's probably in and out. Which, by the way, Bay, are we all subscribed to Bay Directly's channel? I don't know if we are, but just in case, I'm about to put his. Are we all subscribed to this dude? We are going to be. Give me 1 second. He ain't got nothing up, and it don't matter because we are still going to subscribe to it. Because we're a community now. That's what communities do. That's what we're doing. This is his channel. We are now going. I'm gonna. Man, I forgot. I'm not subscribed to him. That's kind of bumming me out. I should have been. All right. That is Beta Recording's channel. I'm pretty sure he is subscribed to some of y'all. So y'all go ahead and subscribe to his channel because that way, I don't know if he's gonna ever like upload anything, but once he does, we'll be able to see it. I said that like Macho Man. We'll be able to see it. We'll be able to check out some of these that's going on this channel, yeah. Yep. And just like that, you got 2 new subs made. So go ahead and get started on the uploads, man. If I'm not mistaken, you got a PS5, which means that you can play some games and post it on your PS5. Just throw that out there. Also, at some point, I am going to get I might end up getting a PlayStation camera so that y'all can see me when I play the video games. But I need you guys to understand that my room is not the cleanest, so y'all going to judge me on that. And you know what? What else? What's my favorite arc from One Piece? I don't have one. One Piece in general is just an amazing story, but I do have a favorite character in there. It is the guy who established the Sun Pirates. Man, I forgot his name already. Bruh, I really did forget that dude's name. He was the fishman. He was a fishman who motivated the Sun Pirates. He was like the first one to like free everybody. I forgot his name. I really did forget his name. This is going to drive me insane. I really did forget his name. Come on, bro. Fisher Tiger. Like Fisher Tiger was like my favorite character in because like basically Fisher Tiger is like the ideal story for like slavery in America. But like, oddly enough, while I am a fan of Fisher Tiger, while I am a fan of Fisher Tiger, I did not like the Fishman Island arc. The reason why I didn't like the Fisherman Island arc was because I got a little too invested in Queen Odahime and Queen Odahime like being like her character and how she died just really affected me negatively, and I'm just like, nah, I didn't like that. No, no, somebody got to beat. Like I did like the fact that they really beat the brakes off of Hody Jones, though. You know what? I'm changing my mind. I did like the Fishman Island story. Because man, they beat the brakes off of Hody Jones, man. They really made Hody Jones like regret it. They put Hody Jones through it, bro. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to see. I love it. Yeah, but yeah, Fisher Tiger is definitely like one of my favorite characters. But yeah, I'll say Fishman Island. Fishman Island was definitely like one of the series, one arcs I thoroughly enjoyed. What about you? What was your favorite arc up in there? What old anime would I recommend? Road Warriors. Road Warriors is like one of my favorite series as growing up. I recommend that to anybody. Road Warriors. And you like Arlong Park? That's dope. That's dope. I mean, Road Warriors is one of my personal favorites. I also there was this one series. It was called a Heat Guy J. Like really long time ago. Like it was like I feel like Heat Guy J sort of like I feel like Heat Guy J sort of like kind of like was kind of like something that you could sort of appreciate, something that you could sort of appreciate. What's what I'm looking for cyberpunk because it was like a perfect little combination between like it was like a perfect little combination between like technology and humanism. And I like I said, I like Hikaij. I thought Hikaij was really good. I also like I'm a big fan of space anime, so like Outlaw Star is one of my personal favorites. Uh, you should watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Is that's the one with the bird people, right? That's the one with like that's Voltron. That's Voltron with birds, right? Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Yeah, that's a those. I need to finish Gundam Wing. I never actually sat down and watched Gundam Wing all the way through, but I remember not liking Relita Peacecraft because she saw Hiro Yui put like was like basically say that he was going to like in her life and was like, oh wow, he's dreamy. It's like no, this dude like he was about to ice you. This dude was about to put you on a t-shirt and you're just like you just like him, lady. But I remember I did like the wig, the parts of it that I did see, I did like it. I remember being a fan of Wu Fei. Like I thought Wu Fei was like really cool. Remember Big O? Yes, I do remember Space Dandy. Space Dandy is great. Space Dandy is great, baby. Space Dandy. Big O, yeah, Big O is definitely up there. It's like that's another series I really enjoy because I like the idea of Big O's like super powerful attack being like this thing where he just punches and then he just grabs onto that thing and boom, bam. That was actually kind of cool. Big O was the Mega Deuce. I ain't gonna lie, it was just really too film war-ish for me to understand. I remember not understanding anything about it, but one of the things I did appreciate about that was that one of the things I did appreciate about Big O was that the whole story was trying to make sense of everything that happened because it's the city of amnesia. Like everybody forgot everything about it. It was just, yeah, Big O is definitely a good one for sure. Relita literally did nothing. Well, of course. It's Japan, bro. Like they're very chauvinistic over there. You really expected her to be important? She is either going to be a damsel in distress or just background art. It's like one thing about Japan that you kind of have to accept is that they have some crazy values over there around that time. But like, yeah, Outlaw Star was really good. Space Dandy was actually Space Dandy was fun. I'm trying to think. Oh man, I gotta clean my nose out. I'm starting to get congested. Let's see, but like I was a really big fan of space anime because like there was like I said like Outlaw Star was definitely one of my personal favorites. Obviously Cowboy Bebop. If you've never seen that before, Cowboy Bebop is definitely up there. Of course you did. Wu Fei was the most hated by fans. Why would they hate Wu Fei? Because I know they didn't like him because he killed Trace or like tried to kill Trace or something. But like, because Trace was like some kind of dude, seriously, like how slow do you type on your thumbs? Get a desktop. Yeah. Cowboy Beat Boop. Cowboy Bebop, in my opinion, always had like I will say this, like Cowboy Bebop for like for everything that's about it, people is very, very, very the music in there is what really kind of got me. But yeah, like what is this? I quite like Rolita. Oh, she did nothing wrong. No, like I don't like I said, I just remember not being a fan of hers because like Hiro Yui's first words to her was that he was going to end her life, and she just fell in love with him right there. And I'm just like, I hate everything. I hate Hiro Yui. He's like my least favorite character in here. Wu Fei is my favorite character. But like Wu Fei was also one of my favorite characters ultimately because like he just looked cool. Like he looked cool and his Gundam looked cool. Like that was the thing. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. I'll be right back. I never saw Yu Yu Hakusho. I never saw Yu Yu Hakusho. I saw like bits and pieces of it, but I never actually sat back and watched the whole thing. I know next to nothing about Yu Yu Hakusho. Although for what I gathered about it, it definitely should make people appreciate Bleach a lot more. Because I feel like Bleach and Yu Yu Hakusho have some similarities too. Oh man, my nose is clogged. My nose is clogged up. I used to watch Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, see, like you know more about it than I do, Jovi. Like, was it like if you could like, did you like it? Was it like did you think it was a good series? I should not be reading these comments, bro. What? Oh wow, that's wild. Hunter x Hunter was created by the. Wow, I never saw Yu Yu. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho was around when I was like actually. Yu Yu Hakusho was around when I didn't have access to cable television. So like I heard about it, but I never saw it. Never saw it. So I was around. I was around for it. My brothers saw it though, which was weird because my brothers is always knew people. My brothers they knew people who had like cable, and I didn't even like being outside. So we just kind of did what I just did what I had to do. They knew about it before I did. I envied them because they were very social when I was growing up. When we were growing up. Big O was very Batman inspired. Yeah, I could totally see that. Like Big O was like a film war. Hunter x Hunter was married to Hunter x Hunter creator married the Sailor Moon creator. Every single time I think of Hunter x Hunter, I'm reminded that every time I hear the phrase the title Hunter x Hunter, I'm always reminded that like the dude right now, he probably ain't doing anything. like he's probably just chilling. He's probably just chilling. Like, dude, ain't you supposed to be writing the story? He's like, oh yeah, I'll write it when I'm done. Whatever, man. I'll write it when I write it. It's no big deal. I will write the story when I write the story. It's no big deal. People can wait. Whatever. But yeah, like y'all know Tokashi's probably just sitting over there like, bro, I should be working on that story right now. Hey Tokashi, you gonna finish that story or what, man? When I'm done, bro. I'll do it when I do it. Oh man. But I really do appreciate you guys like sticking around, man. This is like 4 hour, like this is a 4-hour live, y'all. Like I don't think anybody's gonna rewatch this whole thing. People do be saying funny things on the web. Yeah. I really think people are gonna like rewatch this. This is 4 hours, y'all. 4 hours. And here's the thing. I would actually go live a little bit longer, and I would actually go live a lot more if I didn't have to go to work. If y'all could help me make this my job. Y'all could definitely help me make this live thing my job. But that means that you guys are kind of have to like watch my stuff and kind of help me become more popular. This silhouette is starting to kind of like make me look more menacing, and I don't like it. So what's going to ultimately happen is I'm going to go ahead and end the live now. I really appreciate y'all for sticking around. This has actually been very, this has been very fun. I enjoy it. You know, no haters came in and try to ruin it, nothing like that. But you know what? But y'all know how this is gonna go. Remember, you are more than just a person. You are an experience. You can either choose to be a good experience, a bad experience, or no experience whatsoever. I definitely recommend being a good experience because why would anybody want to be a bad one to add a +2 to 10 on somebody else's bad day? With that being said, I want y'all to spread love and peace. And if we can't spread love and peace, then spread nothing at all, because sometimes some people just definitely need nothing in their lives. And I mean, yeah, let's just provide them with that. But until then, remember, love and peace to every single one of y'all out there. And hopefully I'll see you guys in the next one.